nonetheless, there is a continuous rule by the Zhao family from 960 down to 1279. So it's one of the more long-lasting and successful dynasties. And as we'll see, the Song dynasty is a period of tremendous change and transformation on a whole range of levels, in a wide range of areas within Chinese history. The Zhao brothers, when they become rulers, Zhao Kuangyin is the first emperor of the Song dynasty, and when he dies, his younger brother Zhao Kuangyi succeeds him, and together they share the throne, or they're on the throne one after the other for about 35 years. When they come to power, they face a very basic problem, a very basic question. They are military men. They have just seized power by military force. This has been going on for over 50 years. What's going to make their situation any different from the other little states that have come and gone on the stage of politics? How can they establish a political order which will be stable and viable and which will not be vulnerable to the kind of usurpation which they themselves have just carried out? How, in other words, can they gain control over the threat of military power? And how can they create a viable political organization which is not grounded on military power? Well, first, they have to set about the task of reunifying the empire. And they carry this out in a series of military campaigns through the 960s. By the end of the 960s, beginning of the 970s, they have either defeated in battle or won over by compromise and intimidation all the other states that are scattered around the territory of China. And they have reestablished an empire. Now, the Song state, even at its greatest extent, is smaller than the Tang dynasty had been. The Tang dynasty had been a very expansive geographic entity. It had pushed into the north, into the south, and far out into Central Asia. The Song never regains all the territories which had been under the control of the Tang. But it does control pretty much all of China proper. We'll see when we talk about the northern frontier in a couple of lectures that there's a narrow strip of land in the north which is controlled by non-Chinese peoples. We'll turn our attention to that later. Basically, the Song control China proper, the heartland, the core, the agricultural settled economic zone of China itself. Very extensive territory, a population of perhaps around 100 million people, a certainly very significant accomplishment. How are they going to control it? How are they going to manage it? How are they going to retain power and keep from simply being overthrown by some new ambitious military figures like themselves? Well, their basic answer to this problem is to establish a civilian bureaucratic government. Civilian government has been the norm, the ideal, since the establishment of the Han dynasty. The Han synthesis, the ideological fusion of Confucianism, legalist administration, and cosmological thought created a stable bureaucratic system based upon civilian political authority, which lasted for the Han dynasty some 400 years, and even during periods like the northern and southern dynasties when there were multiple regimes, they all possessed these same basic characteristics of bureaucratic civilian administration. So the Zhao brothers want to reestablish a civil bureaucracy to administer the empire. If they can do this successfully and get the military back into a subordinate role, they believe that they'll be able to have a stable and viable and long-lived dynasty. But they face a problem in doing this. For the previous 1,000 years, from the Han dynasty all the way down through the Tang, the way that you assembled your civil administration was to turn to the aristocracy, to go to the aristocratic elite and say, basically, give us your sons. Young men out of the aristocratic families, educated in the Confucian political tradition, would be recruited into government service and would be used to staff the imperial administration. was a very effective system. It worked for 1,000 years, but it's not there anymore. In the warfare in the late Tang, beginning in the middle of the 9th century, and in the ongoing battles and conflicts and rebellions during the Five Dynasties period, the aristocratic elite had literally been sort of ground up and destroyed. The physical embodiment of the aristocratic elite, many of the members of the aristocracy, many individual people had died. They'd been killed in peasant rebellions. When the peasants rose up and marched on the landlord's estate, they often killed the family. Right? In warfare, who was it that was being, what centers were being fought for? Who was being ground up? Who was being killed? Well, certainly lots of ordinary soldiers, but members of the elite as well. When the estates were burned, land titles, charters, grants of land, aristocratic pedigrees, the genealogical documents that families held, these were destroyed, these were burned. When the great political conflicts at the end of the Tang and during the Five Dynasties took place, and administrative centers were fought over and captured and then taken by someone else, they often were burned, destroyed, documents, other kinds of information went up in smoke. So both the physical members of the aristocracy and the institutional documentary infrastructure of the aristocratic order, the registries of the great clans, for example, that the Tang had developed and maintained very carefully, they're gone. So the Zhao brothers don't have a stable, functional aristocratic order that they can simply turn to recruit individuals into government service. So what are they going to do? They're confronted with this problem. What they do is to look at the past, look at the imperial system as it has functioned in the past, and they see a particular mechanism which has been in place for 1,000 years, but which was never all that significant. It was used as a sort of secondary, at best, means of bringing people into government service. And these are the examinations. We talked about how way back in the Han Dynasty under Wu Di, examinations were begun to seek out individuals of exceptional talent and learning and bring them into government administration. In the Tang Dynasty, exams had been used from time to time on an occasional basis, but they had been very important. Sometimes Han Yu, that we talked about, for example, came into government service via the examinations. So exams had been there as a minor component of recruitment into government service. What the Zhao brothers do is they take the examination system, the idea of an examination system, and they move it to center stage. And they say, this is how we're going to find men of talent. This is how we're going to recruit the individuals that we need to run our administration. So they make the examinations the mainstream of recruitment. Now, the exams don't replace other ways of getting people into government. They don't become the sole means, the sole mechanism for recruitment. And indeed, lots of people continue to come into government service principally by two other means. One is the system of recommendation. This is how most people came into government under the aristocratic order. If you're in the administration already, or if you're in a very prominent family, you may recommend to the court someone. It could be your son, your nephew, someone that you know, and say, I think this individual would be a good candidate for office. And after various vetting procedures, they might be recruited into government service. So recommendation continues to be important, continues to produce a fair number of people coming into service under the Song. The other way that people were brought into service is through what's called the yin privilege. The term yin, one of its meanings is a shadow. So this is often rendered in English as the shadow privilege. If you are an official, you can extend the shadow privilege to your son, or if you're high enough in the pecking order, even to your grandsons. And this means that they don't have to go through any other qualifying procedures. They don't have, for example, to take the examinations. They can be brought into government service, brought into the stream, as they call it, of government service through the shadow privilege. Okay, so recruitment and yin privilege or shadow privilege remain significant modes of recruitment for government service. But the examinations become the central feature of government recruitment. And if you look at an analysis of the people who move to the highest ranks in the Sung administration, people who become chief ministers, people who become heads of the six boards of government, the six ministries in the central administration, leading officials in provincial administration, you find that the great majority of them are people who came in via the examinations. So if you want to move into positions of really making policy and not simply being a sort of basic level administrator, if you want to really have political input and influence, the examination system is the way to get into government. And that remains the case down through the rest of imperial history. Well, the examination system becomes not merely the most important way to get people into government, but it generates a whole cultural apparatus around itself. It becomes, in a sense, the focal institution of Chinese elite culture. Preparing for the exams, taking the exams, being part of the examination system is what identifies. It's what gives a sense of self and of community to the elite. The aristocratic elite had its sense of identity simply from being great families. If you were listed in the registry of great families, you were part of the aristocracy, and it was hereditary. There was no question as to who were the leading people and who were not. From the Sung dynasty on, the system changes, and we now have a situation in which people attain prestige, attain elite status by participating in the examination system. To be an educated gentleman is what marks you as a member of the Shi. This term, again, that we've seen going all the way back to the time of Confucius and before, the professional administrative elite. It's had different embodiments over time, and now it takes on its sort of final stage, which is we now begin to translate the term Shi as the literati, okay, the literati, the educated gentleman. Well, the educated gentlemen know themselves and know each other. They recognize themselves, they recognize each other through their participation in a shared literate culture. And this extends to people who never pass the exams. Passing the exams is a very tough thing. Initially, when the Sung organized the exams, there's two levels. There's a sort of local level and then a level based at the national, the imperial government stage. Eventually, a middle level, a provincial level evolves, and for most of the late imperial era, most of the last 1,000 years, the examination system is a three-stage system running on a 3-year cycle. The first year, there are exams at the local level. The second year, they'll be at the provincial level. And the third year, they're held at the national or imperial level. At each level, the pass rate is only about 10%. And in each level, you have perhaps, at the entry level, there may be, maybe 300,000 individuals in locations all across the empire sitting for the exams. When you go up to the provincial level, once that system is fully developed, maybe in all the different provincial settings, there might be 30,000 people. And when you get to the imperial level at the capital, maybe 3,000 men sit for the exams. And of those 3,000, 300 will pass. The figures vary. Sometimes only maybe 250 or so will pass. Sometimes I think the larger numbers are up to maybe a little over 400. But it's in a fairly narrow range. Okay, a few hundred individuals every 3 years or so, about 100 a year on the average over the long term of late imperial history. So it's not a huge number of people, and yet hundreds of thousands of people are sitting for the early exams, and there are hundreds of thousands more who never even make it into the first exams, but who have studied, who have educated themselves, who have been trained by teachers to prepare for the exams. To get into the first level, you have to pass a sort of preliminary qualifying exam. Some people never even pass that. And yet, by virtue of the studying, by virtue of the learning that they have acquired, they are recognized in their communities as educated gentlemen. The ranks of the educated elite come to constitute perhaps 5 or 6% of Chinese society, the individuals and their families who are in this literati, this sure strata in society. Now, some elements within Chinese society, some groups within Chinese society are excluded from participation in the examinations. The biggest group, of course, is women. Women are not allowed to take the examinations. Women are excluded from serving in government office. And this has to do with the whole gender bias of Chinese culture, the privileging of men, of the patriarchal order. And in the Song, the relegation of women to sort of secondary status takes on even greater expression. There are legal changes. The emergence of the practice of foot binding is a physical marker of the restraint of women. But women are excluded from the exams, and that, of course, takes out half the population to begin with. The second most significant group, numerically speaking, is merchants. If you make your living as a merchant, if you make your living by buying and selling things, if that's how you are registered in the population registries, you, your sons, your grandsons are all banned from taking the examinations. This has to do with the Confucian value system, which assigns a degree of sort of social utility to different kinds of people. The sure, the gentlemen, are at the top of the hierarchy because they manage the affairs of society. Their social utility is at the most. It's at the maximum. Farmers, peasants, are the next group because they produce the food which everyone needs to survive. Artisans, handicraft workers are next because while they don't produce food, they make things that are of use to everybody. Merchants are at the bottom because they don't produce anything themselves. They don't grow food. They don't make objects of utility. What they do is take things that other people have produced, move them around, and enrich themselves in the process. So they're seen in the Confucian system as being in a sort of socially parasitic role. They do perform a social function, but it's one which is tainted. It's morally less acceptable because they enrich themselves from the production of others. So merchants are excluded from taking the examinations, merchants and their descendants. And then there's some other minor groups similar to ones we've mentioned earlier: actors, people who work with dead bodies, leather workers for various reasons. But these are relatively small groups of people. The great majority of Chinese are eligible to take the exams. But in practice, to have the kind of education, to have the kind of knowledge, to even get in the door at the examination compound requires the devotion of time and mental energy and resources, which most Chinese simply cannot afford. Peasant families, artisan families who need all the labor power at their disposal simply to survive, simply to generate enough income to feed themselves and house themselves and clothe themselves from year to year. They can't afford to take a son and say, just go sit and study. That's fine. The rest of us will do the work. That's just not viable for most families. Only this top 5 or 6% of society has the resources to allow a son or more than one son to study sufficiently to have a chance to pass the exams. Okay, so legally, it's a very open system. The vast majority, probably 85-90% of the Chinese people the male Chinese population could take part in the exams, but in practice, the practical bar to getting into the examination system is very, very high, and only a very small proportion of the population can really take part in this. Now, the examination culture, what do the exams test? What goes on in the examination culture? This has to do with sort of an extension of the Confucian revival that we saw under Hanyu. The exams test the candidate's mastery of a body of Confucian writing, historical texts, classical literature. You need to be able to cite texts from memory. You need to be able to apply those texts to questions of government or administration. You also need to be able to compose poetry. You need to be able to write in an elegant literary style. All these things come into play. They're all part of the qualifications that the examination system is designed to test. Now, the centrality of this, what John Chafee has called the examination culture, the centrality of this to Chinese civilization in the Song and from the Song on for the next 1,000 years, it's hard to overstate it. This becomes the most critical cultural enterprise that educated Chinese participate in. Because it's so central, because it's so important, it engenders a kind of identity crisis, and it leads Chinese intellectuals, particularly in the course of the 11th century, to question their place in society, their role in the world, what they should do with the power which the examination system has brought to them. And we'll look at some of the answers that they come up with, some of the ways in which they respond to those questions in the next lecture. Last time we were talking about the emergence of the examination system in the early Song dynasty and the central role that it comes to play in the recruitment of individuals to work in government service, but also in elite culture. The examination system becomes the central institution, the central sort of cultural framework for the ideas, even the artistic practices that educated gentlemen participated in. This begins in the Song, particularly in the 11th century, and remains the case. This remains sort of the cultural universe for educated people in China, right on down to the beginning of the 20th century. The 11th century, the first century of this period where the examinations are so important, becomes a great age of intellectual ferment. In some ways, it's almost the richest period in Chinese intellectual history and the developments in Chinese thought since the Warring States period, since the age of Confucius and Lao Tzu and Mencius and Zhuangzi and Mozi and all the various individuals we talked about at that time. The 11th century is when the shi, the educated gentleman, the literati, as we now translate the term shi, went through a process of self-realization, self-development, self-awareness, where they asked themselves and each other about what their role in the world, in government, in society, in culture, what that role was, what they should do with the power which they found themselves possessing. As the examination system became such an important feature of recruitment into government service, these guys basically came to the realization or came to the recognition that by participating in educated life, by being educated themselves, by being learned individuals, that they had access to, they were part of, they participated in a system of governance and a social leadership. And so they took this very seriously. They accepted this as a heavy responsibility. And they tried to think as best they could about the world around them and their role within it. They were, particularly at the top of the system, individuals who passed at the top level of the examinations came to possess what was called the Jinshi, which literally means the presented gentleman or the presented scholar. It was the highest degree, the highest level of achievement. These individuals were the very cream of the crop, but even people who had lower level degrees, or even if they had never passed a degree but had sat for the examinations or trained and prepared for the examinations, they were part of this larger cultural system. And there were some very concrete benefits that came from participation in this. They were exempt, for example, from labor duties. ordinary Chinese, in addition to whatever tax payments they might make. Taxes were usually paid at this time in grain or in cloth. They were also subject to corvée labor, the kind of labor conscription that we see elsewhere in European history as well. If you passed the exams, if you qualified to sit for the exams, you were exempt, at least for a certain period of time, from participation in that system. You were also exempt from corporal punishment. You couldn't be physically punished for breaking the law. If you dropped out of having examination status, you might be subject to that once again. But while you possessed certain examination qualifications, you would be exempted from physical punishment. People who passed the exams obviously were on the track towards official employment, towards participation in the public administration of the empire. Even individuals who didn't pass the basic level exam could find a role in public life, sometimes as teachers. Many private academies flourished during this period. Often individuals who were well educated, even if they hadn't passed the exams, would find employment as tutors in the homes of the wealthy. Other individuals might find employment as secretaries or clerks in government offices or in the private entourage of officials serving in government. So there were roles beyond just those of being government officials, which put to use the talents, the learning that participants in the examination culture had acquired. Nonetheless, this educated strata in Song China and in later imperial China more broadly was a very small proportion of Chinese society. It was perhaps 5 or 6% of the overall population. The debates, the discussions, the disputes which were generated by the examination system, by the consciousness, I suppose, that was fostered by participation in the examination system, came to shape the public discourse of the 11th century and of later imperial China in general. But a lot of the issues that get sorted out in the 11th century, the positions that are taken, these are defining acts. Later individuals who may argue certain positions or follow certain theoretical ideas out, basically are working from the foundations that are laid in the 11th century. This is why we see this as such a critical period. We can define within the broad range of writings and other kinds of evidence that have come down to us from this period, 3 basic positions, 3 I don't want to call them schools of thought because they're not organized, they're not formal, and I'm not even sure that the individuals who were part of them at the time would have wanted to think of them that way. But sort of looking back on them and using the historian's privilege of categorization, we can define, we can discern 3 distinct kinds of positions. And 2 of these are fairly closely linked together, and I'll talk about them first, and then we'll look at the third one in just a little bit. I'll have to use here some Chinese terminology to group these things and to explain some of the concepts, or to give names to some of the concepts that are involved. So bear with me on that, and I think we'll do all right with this. One critical term, and we've encountered it before, is the concept of wen. Wen is a word which means, it's a very expansive term, as many Chinese words are, but its core meaning for us will be literary culture. It has to do with things that are written, or perhaps things that are produced using writing implements, so it can extend to include calligraphy, perhaps even painting, but certainly it includes things that are written down, language, poetry, prose writing, the classics, historical writings. All this kind of material falls under the general rubric of wen. And Two of the major intellectual positions that I want to talk about in this lecture can be seen as falling under a general category of Wen. One of these we might designate as literary gentlemen, what we would call in Chinese Wen Ren, Wen being literary culture, Ren being the term for a person. So a Wen Ren, or the group of Wen Ren, the literary gentlemen. The second group is also very concerned with literary culture, with the written record of human experience. But they approach it in a somewhat different way, and we'll talk about this in more detail. And these people are grouped under what we call Jingshi. Jingshi means ordering the world, and it is more commonly translated as statecraft. Statecraft, the ways of thinking about governance, about political affairs, with a little more specific focus. Okay, as a little more specific focus. The third group that we'll talk about in a little bit has a very different set of orientations, and we might categorize them as being concerned with cosmological thought. All right. As I say, we'll pick that up in just a little bit. But first, I want to deal with the Wenren and the Jingshi thinkers. Okay, because they share a faith in the literary textual tradition, the written record of human experience, as a kind of repository of knowledge, but also of values. And values are very, very important here. Being Confucian scholars, Confucian gentlemen, participants in Confucian political culture, what they are concerned with, drawing on the original ideas of Confucius, is seeking a properly ordered world. And that's a matter of moral values, of seeking the good, okay? Seeking to follow the Tao, follow the way, the path of good being, the right way to be in the world. Now, the Wenren, the literary gentleman, we can pick out a couple of representative figures to illustrate their views or their ideas. And there are certainly many, many people that we could talk about, but just for convenience sake, I want to focus on two individuals. One is named Ouyang Shou, and the other is Su Shi. Su Shi is also sometimes known as Su Dongpo, but we'll stick with Su Shi for simplicity's sake here. Ouyang Shou was born in the year 1007 and died in 1072. Su Shi is a generation later, born in 1037. He dies in 1101. But these gentlemen knew each other. They were good acquaintances, close acquaintances. And in fact, Ouyang Shou, in his official career, presided over, he was the chief official for the imperial examinations in the year in which Su Shi passed those exams and achieved the highest degree, the Jinshi degree, in 1059. So this was a very important relationship, the relationship between an examiner and the individuals who passed in the examination over which he presided. This could be a very important bond, a very important connection. And Ouyang Shou used his role as an examiner to promote his particular views. And his views draw upon the ideas of Hanyu that we talked about earlier, particularly with regard to writing. Ouyang Shou was, in effect, a practitioner of the Guwen ideal of simple, straightforward, expository prose. So when, as a leading official, guiding or presiding over the examinations in this particular year, he looked at the papers, he looked at the answers that had been submitted by the various candidates. He gave preference to those which were written in a clear and straightforward literary style. And Su Shi was one of those, and he passed, very highly ranked in the cohort of those who were successful, in large part, because of the quality, the style of his writing, which was considered to be a very, very good embodiment of these Guwen values and ideals. Ouyang Shou and Su Shi looked to the field of Wen, looked to the literary heritage as a source of inspiration, as a source of knowledge and information, but more as a source of the kinds of qualities, the kinds of values which a gentleman should possess. And as a reservoir of good examples for emulation, good models to follow, not just in terms of writing, although that was very important, but in terms of the quality of the people, the quality of the examples, the stories that could be drawn upon from the past. They embedded themselves, immersed themselves in the literary cultural tradition with an eye to then, in their own writing, in their own creative activity, manifesting those same values, manifesting those same qualities in the writing that they produced. There's some subtle differences between Ouyang Shou and Su Shi. Ouyang Shou was in some ways what we might call an antiquarian. He was very interested in the things of the past. He collected objects and images of things from antiquity. He looked at the literary past as a reservoir that he sort of dipped into from time to time to pull things out, to inspire him or to educate him or to influence his thinking in the present. Su Shi had a somewhat different approach. He had the same kind of deep immersion and great familiarity with the past, with the literary past, but his objective was to achieve such a complete assimilation of that material that he could then spontaneously produce good writing without really having to think about it. He was a practitioner of what we might call disciplined spontaneity. He was a very disciplined individual. He studied, he read, he practiced, but his objective was to be able to just write freely. And when he wrote, he wrote some sort of theoretical texts about writing and cultural activity. He talks about how it should just flow naturally. It should just well up out of you the way that water comes from a spring and flow along the way that a stream runs down a hillside. A very natural, free-flowing activity. But in order to achieve that spontaneity, it was necessary to really immerse yourself in the models of the past. Not to imitate them, not to try to reproduce them feature for feature, but to absorb the values and then be able to manifest this good quality directly yourself. Okay? Well, that kind of literary focus characterizes the gentleman, the Wenren, the literary gentleman. The Jingshi thinkers, the statecraft thinkers, shared their concern with the records of the past, with the written traditions of China. But they had a somewhat more, I suppose we could say, practical bent, or perhaps a more utilitarian bent. They were concerned with how we could draw upon knowledge from the past, the experience of the past, the values of the past, to solve the problems of society today. Two individuals that can be seen as representative of this kind of thinking are Sima Guang and Wang Anshi. Wang Anshi and Sima Guang, again, lived in this exact same time frame. They knew each other. They all knew Ouyang Shou and Su Shi. These guys were in the same cities, the same. They went to the same social events. They knew each other at court. They didn't necessarily all like each other or agree with each other, but they were part of a community, part of a shared cultural milieu, if you will. Well, Wang Anshi, late in the 1060s and into the early 1070s, rises to the top of the imperial administration. He is named chief minister of the imperial government, and he is given the authority by the emperor at that time to launch a major reform program. And he undertakes, based upon his interpretation of the history of the past, his view of what the good models to be drawn from antiquity are, his appreciation of the values embedded in the literary cultural tradition. He launches a program of dramatic reforms, what are called the new policies. And the new policies set out to, once again, foster a more proactive state, an imperial regime which will seek to intervene in society to ameliorate problems and to foster positive goals, foster positive goods for the people. And this involves a whole range of activities. The creation of state-sponsored schools, so that educational opportunity will be more widely available, not just to those wealthy households which can afford to establish their own schools or hire tutors, but to provide opportunities for learning to any young men who have the opportunity to be free from labor, at least enough to attend school. So it's an attempt to broaden the base for education. A system of agricultural loans to farmers, so that they don't have to fall into patterns of dependency on wealthy landowning families to borrow money, either to tide them over before the harvest or to hire labor to help with agricultural tasks. These kinds of loans were characteristic of the rural economy and had been in the hands of private moneylenders or the landlords. Now, Wang Anshi's program makes this a system of government loans with regulated interest rates and repayment policies which were designed to be more friendly towards small farmers, and many other similar kinds of initiatives designed to foster a more benevolent, if interventionist, state approach to society and economy. Sima Guang was probably the other greatest statecraft thinker of this period, and he was rabidly hostile to the ideas and policies of Wang Anshi. These two individuals were representative. We can see them as representative of this Jingshi orientation, this concern with statecraft, with using the literary heritage as a reservoir for knowledge and information about good government. But their views, their particular interpretations of this were very, very hostile to one another. When Wang Anshi was named as chief minister, Sima Guang resigned from government and retired from the capital. The northern Song, the first half of the Song dynasty, the capital was at a city called Kaifeng. Sima Guang leaves the capital and moves west to the old ancient subordinate capital of Luoyang, where he retires and lives in a very nice garden setting, and sits out the years when Wang Anshi is the dominant figure at court. Later in the 1070s, when Wang Anshi is dismissed from his positions, there's a change in the imperial administration, Sima Guang is brought back and sets about dismantling the policies of Wang Anshi. Now, Sima Guang's opposition to Wang Anshi is based upon a different interpretation of the values to be derived from the past, from the literary record of earlier human experience. Where Wang Anshi interprets history and literature and the teachings of Confucius in a way that suggests to him that the state should be an active agent for good, Sima Guang reads those same texts, reads that same history, as telling him that the state should keep its hands out of society, that the state, the emperor in particular, should instead rely upon those within society with a natural role as leaders, those who are out there living in communities, are part of local society, who know the realities, know the circumstances, know the conditions of particular places, and who are therefore best equipped to provide a sort of organic leadership within communities to address the problems and solve the concerns that they face. Now, one way to see this is that Sima Guang is speaking out, is taking up a position which defends the leading role and, in a sense, the autonomy of the shi, of the literati elite. Remember that the literati elite are largely the same thing. They're largely coterminous with the wealthy landowning class. It is those who own sufficient amounts of land to be able to live on the wealth generated by that land and be able to spare their sons from direct agricultural labor to prepare to take the exams. A certain level of wealth is a prerequisite for participation in the examination system. So when Sima Guang talks about leaving the affairs of society in the hands of those who are, meant to to preside over it, he really means the sure. He means himself and other people like himself, not a separate interventionist state apparatus. Now, this is not as stark a contrast in some ways as I'm making it sound, because, of course, it's the sure, it's the literati who are the administrators of the state. But there is a sort of schizophrenic quality to the elite in the late imperial period, where they are at one and the same time representatives of imperial power, representatives of the imperial state, the agents of that state, and the possessors of material interests of their own as landowners, as leading members of local communities, of local societies. And these interests often are kept separate, and often are not in conflict with one another. But when we see this clash between Wang Anshi and Sima Guang, we can see ways in which they can come to be directly contradictory. So, literary gentlemen, statecraft thinkers, Su Shi, Ouyang Shou, Sima Guang, Wang Anshi, these guys are all drawing upon this shared cultural reservoir, cultural toolkit, if you will, of Wen, of the literary cultural tradition. But there is at the same time, and indeed these guys' ideas will become more powerful and more influential as time goes by, there's an alternative set of ideas beginning to emerge, which we can put under a sort of categorical heading of cosmological thought. Now, we've touched on cosmological thought earlier, all the way back with the Han synthesis, and in some ways looking back at the divination carried out by the Shang rulers and all this. The desire to link human affairs to larger cosmic orders, to larger natural systems. Well, in the Northern Song, some thinkers come to begin to place special emphasis on a concept very different from Wen, and this is an idea that we call Li. Now, what's interesting about Wen and Li, they constitute a sort of dichotomy here, is that they share a certain linguistic meaning, which is pattern. Wen, we've talked about as referring to things literary. It refers to, one of its derivations has to do with simply the way that writing looks on the page, the pattern formed by words written on the page. It's a very regular, very coherent kind of pattern, and it's a pattern that's produced by human activity, by writing things down. So one of the core meanings, one of the base meanings for the word Wen is humanly produced pattern. Li, on the other hand, refers to patterns that occur in nature. Its original meaning has to do with the patterns, the striped patterns that you see in certain kinds of rocks. So we have a distinction between human order and natural order. And this is fundamental to what goes on with the cosmological thinkers. The cosmological thinkers, and there's a bunch of them, men like Shao Yong, who was a mathematical thinker, or Zhang Zai, who was concerned with speculations about the cosmic order of the universe, and in particular a pair of brothers called Cheng Yi and Cheng Hao, were very, very concerned with trying to understand the naturally occurring patterns of the world around them. They saw moral values. They saw the values that should govern and regulate the activities of human beings in society as coming not out of Wen, not out of the literary cultural tradition, but as being derived directly from natural patterns. And indeed, the term Li, which means pattern, we start in the Song Dynasty when we encounter it in texts beginning in the Song Dynasty, and from then on, we can also translate this term as principle, pattern or principle, because the naturally occurring patterns that we observe in the world around us are imbued by these cosmological thinkers with normative value. That is to say, the patterns that can be observed are not simply the way things are, but they are the way things ought to be. Okay, so they're given a moral value. This is the right way for things to be. And this harkens back in many ways to the Confucian ideal of the Tao, of the way. The way is the proper order of things. And to be in harmony with the way, to be in harmony with the Tao is good. That's what's desirable. Things which are counter to the way, things which are counter to the natural patterns and order of things, these are bad. So in a sense, we can ground moral values by having a sense of natural patterns and principles. If you're acting in accordance with those patterns and principles, then your action is morally good. If you're acting against those natural patterns and principles, then your actions are bad. The cosmological thinkers don't initially reject, they don't set out to, and indeed they don't ultimately reject Wen. They don't dump the literary tradition in the dustbin of history, but they argue that it is a mediated experience, that relying on the textual tradition, relying on the writings of the past, is to rely upon a humanly constructed understanding. And if that's good, that's fine. There are insights to be gained there. But it's not the same as directly understanding the underlying patterns and principles. That's what's important, is to directly apprehend the patterns and principles of the universe and to base your moral values on that. Now, in the Northern Sung, in the 11th century, these ideas are germinal. They're just beginning. They're being put about in various bits and pieces by some of these different thinkers that I've mentioned. Later on, we'll see that they're drawn together and systematized over a century later. Before that happens, there are challenges, other kinds of challenges that begin to arise for the Song, challenges from non-Chinese peoples in the north, and we'll turn our attention to those in a while. But first, I want to look at some of the cultural implications for these intellectual changes in the 11th century, and we'll see how those are manifested in art and literature in the next lecture. We were talking last time about the great age of intellectual ferment in China in the 11th century, the first part of the Song dynasty, and the ways in which individual thinkers and to some extent schools of thought emerged that sought to understand the place of human activity in the world around it, the way in which human beings fit into larger orders. For some people, there was a primary concern with literature, with writing, with what in Chinese we call wen, the literary record of the past, while other thinkers began to be more concerned with cosmological ideas, focusing on the concept of li, or naturally occurring patterns and principles. These ideas played themselves out quite extensively, as we've talked about a little already, and as we'll see more of in later lectures, in the realm of political philosophy and in the ideas about government and society and economics that we might think of as more normal areas for public debate and discourse. But there was also change taking place in China during this period in artistic expression. Art and literature are part of the realm of activity of the educated gentleman. Artists, poets, painters, calligraphers often were the same people who were political leaders, who were officials in the imperial administration. Indeed, some of the greatest figures that we've talked about, individuals like Ouyang Shou and Su Shi, were known not only as thinkers and writers, but for the quality of their calligraphy, and sometimes even as painters. So the realms of artistic and political thought or philosophical thought are not distinct. They're really overlapping, in some ways even coterminous in traditional Chinese culture. What I'd like to do in this lecture is take some time to look back a bit on the position of art, particularly visual arts, in Chinese culture, in earlier Chinese history, and then talk a little bit about how in the northern Song, and particularly in the 11th century, at the same time that these philosophical discussions, philosophical debates that we've been talking about in the previous lecture were taking place, new developments began to be evident, particularly in painting. So I want to focus on the emergence of some particular styles, motifs in painting that become quite characteristic of the Song period. Painting and calligraphy had been around in China for a very long time prior to the Song. Painting goes way back a couple of thousand years prior to this, and indeed graphic representation, visual representation of images goes back even earlier than that. If we think back to the Neolithic period, back 6,000 to 7,000 years ago, we know that people were producing images on pottery. Sometimes these were painted on, sometimes they were produced in other ways, but images of animals, sometimes of people. There was sort of a tendency towards geographic abstraction over time, but decoration, visual surfaces appear very, very early in the emergence of Chinese civilization. By the time we move down into recorded history and into some of the historical periods that we've talked about already, there's an increasing use of art, particularly painting, in situations such as decorating tombs. Indeed, a lot of the art that has survived, a lot of the things that we know about early Chinese graphic art come from excavated tombs, partly because this is a good environment in which these things could be preserved. A lot of paintings that might have been put, for example, on the walls of buildings have disappeared along with those buildings. But the tombs, by virtue of being underground, have survived, and as they've been excavated in the modern period, we've been able to learn a fair amount about early Chinese art from that. Not only wall paintings, but sometimes painted fabrics or fabrics with woven graphic images in them have been recovered from tombs as well. So we have a number of ways of understanding, of appreciating the kinds of images that were being produced, at least in the context of tomb art. It may be that art in other contexts was somewhat different, but we don't know so much about that. What we can see in the paintings that have survived from the Han Dynasty and from even earlier are two kinds of concerns. One is a concern with the afterlife itself, and of course this makes a lot of sense in the context of tomb art. Representations of environments, of buildings, of places, of different kinds of activities, which we believe were intended to be representations of an afterlife, or perhaps even a sort of intermediation in the movement from the realm of the living to the afterlife. The afterlife was conceived essentially as a continuation of the kinds of activities that people had in their daily lives in this world. So in Han tombs, we often see human figures, we'll see residences, we'll see barnyards, barnyard animals, things which would have been of concern to a landowning family, and which a wealthy individual might have wished to anticipate continuing to possess in another life. So there's an element in these paintings, in these images of taking things with you. There's also in objects that have been found in tombs and in other kinds of sites going back very early, what we might call forms of genre painting, paintings which were representative of scenes of daily life. These often depicted things like hunting, hunting in chariots, hunting with horses and dogs. These were activities which the elite would have indulged in, would have engaged in, and which they wished to have recorded and displayed for their own satisfaction and appreciation. Also scenes of daily life at court, scenes of audiences with rulers, scenes of perhaps performances of dancing or other kinds of displays, banqueting, feasting. So these kinds of images tell us that there were concerns not only with representations of the afterlife, but with showing the world as it was around us, or at least around them. From the Han Dynasty down through the Tang, there are some very important developments that take place in terms of graphic art. And these are produced by a number of factors. We've talked already in our discussion of the northern and southern dynasties, this period of division where the north of China was occupied by Turkic peoples coming in from Central Asia, alien conquest regimes established in the north, the south remaining more purely Chinese, became an arena for cultural expression that became quite intensive, a real desire to manifest the sophistication of Southern culture, led in part to changes in graphic art as well as in poetry and prose and other kinds of literary production. This was a period where, as we noted before, we begin to have named artists. We begin to have individuals who we can identify as having produced particular works. The painter Gu Kaizhi, who we've mentioned before, is one who has left a number of paintings that have come down to us. In the realm of calligraphy, the idea of calligraphy, of the written Chinese character as a form of aesthetic expression, the idea that the way in which one writes on the page embodies or manifests the particular qualities or characteristics of the individual. This arises during the Southern dynasties and is associated particularly with the individual Wang Shizhi that we mentioned in an earlier lecture as well. Another element that contributes to some of these changes is an economic one, or perhaps a technological one, and this has to do with changes in the production of silk and with the invention of paper. Paper, the earliest examples of paper that we've seen are found in tombs from the Han Dynasty, and we know that the production of paper develops quite rapidly and becomes a relatively inexpensive writing surface. Silk remains a desirable writing surface, but it's more expensive, and so it isn't used as commonly as paper. But the changes in the cost of production of these surfaces for writing results in both written texts and graphic art becoming easier to produce because it's cheaper to produce, and easier to own because it's cheaper to buy. So the economics of artistic expression and production are changed, as well as the sort of larger cultural context of sophistication and erudition that's fostered in the Southern dynasties. The feeling, the sensibility, I suppose we might say the aesthetic theory that underlies a lot of what goes on, that underlies not just poetry, although it's usually articulated in terms of poetry, but permeates graphic art as well, is one which says that the purpose of art, what the artist does, initially what the poet does, is to articulate his consciousness, his inner feelings, his inner state of being. That the artist should express, whether it's in a textual mode, in a poem, or in an essay, or in a visual mode, in his calligraphy, or in a painting. The artist should express his interiority. But it's not just a one-directional thing. It isn't simply a matter of art for art's sake, of I've got to get this out. There's also a communicative aspect to this, and the idea is to communicate your moral values, to communicate the ideals, the truths perhaps that you see, the moral qualities that you have within you, to communicate those to someone else, to communicate those to an audience, whether it's to an individual reader or an individual viewer of a painting or a work of calligraphy, or more commonly, to a broader audience. If we think about Wang Shizhi and his role as the sort of father of calligraphy, remember we talked earlier about the Orchid Pavilion gathering and the way in which these gentlemen came together, wrote poems, collected the poems, and then Wang Shizhi wrote this preface, situating this as a particular event, talking about the circumstances, praising the poets, praising the social quality of the gathering, and setting up a sort of ideal model of the activities of literary gentlemen. Well, that kind of collective consciousness, that kind of shared cultural experience, is also embedded in painting and calligraphy. There's an intended audience out there. It isn't just a one-on-one like writing a letter to someone, but there's an intended audience that's going to be there to receive the impressions of what it is that you have inside of you. Okay, in this sense, art is essentially up through the Tang Dynasty is essentially sort of didactic. It's essentially sort of almost illustrative or narrative. And when we look at particularly painting, we can see that if we start with Gu Kaizhi as the first named artist, and we follow down through a whole series of other artists who emerge down through the Tang, mostly what we'll see is that their paintings are meant to illustrate other kinds of stories. A very famous example we talked about in the Tang Dynasty at the time of the Anlushan Rebellion, when the emperor is forced to flee off to Sichuan, and his hapless consort, Yang Guifei, is strangled and left by the roadside. Well, paintings of that story, paintings of that image become very popular and very famous in later times. But what's important in them is the story. Okay, they are narrative, they are illustrative, they are didactic in that sense, in that they are illustrating a tale, illustrating a sort of moral account. And this, in some ways, indicates the way in which painting is subordinate, I suppose you could say, to literary culture overall. That we've talked about the realm of Wen, the literary cultural tradition, and painting down through the Tang is something which illustrates that literary cultural tradition. All right. Now, when we get to the Song Dynasty, when we get to the later part of the 10th century and on into the 11th century, there's some very profound changes that take place in painting. And in particular, the painting of natural scenes, the painting of landscape, undergoes a great transformation and really moves to sort of the mainstream or the center stage of artistic expression. Now, this is, in some ways, this is an expression or a manifestation, an example of the same concern with Li, with the idea of natural patterns, natural principles that we talked about last time in terms of cosmological thinkers in the Northern Song. Looking at the world around us not simply as a background, but as a focus in itself, looking at the world as a place from which we can derive an understanding of the natural order of things. Northern Song landscape painting begins to represent human life, human activity, not as the main focus, not as the narrative discourse which needs to be illustrated, but as just one element in a much larger natural order, and indeed often a rather peripheral and marginal presence in that natural order. A good example, a sort of very classic example of this, is a painting by the artist Fan Quan, a painting called Travelers in the Mountains, or sometimes Travelers Among Streams and Mountains. The title varies from time to time. But it's a large, very large hanging scroll painting. It's in a vertical format. It's larger, certainly larger than I am, and hanging on a wall. It conveys a tremendous sense of monumentality, and indeed the characteristic paintings, landscape paintings of the Northern Song are referred to as monumental landscape paintings. What Fan Quan's painting shows is a massive rock face, a massive cliff face. It's painted in such a way, the texture of the painting is such that the rock almost seems to bulge out of the surface of the painting. You just have this incredible sense of the power, the energy that's embodied in this mountainside that you're gazing at. The mountain forms, the vast majority of the painted surface is taken up with this mountain. On one side, there's a waterfall, a stream running down the face of the mountain, and that sort of draws us visually down into a middle ground. And in this middle ground, there's a sort of vague empty space, a kind of sense of a misty zone that separates this massive rock outcropping in the back from a scene in the foreground. And the scene in the foreground just occupies a narrow band along the bottom of the painted surface. The quality of representation in that narrow band is very different from what we see when we look at this mountain in the background. In the foreground, we have a scene which is much more detailed. Of course, it's closer, and there's a sense of perspective here. There's a sense of the depth of the painted surface here that's in some ways very new and much more, in a sense, realistic than what we see in earlier Chinese painting. Pine trees, rocks, other kinds of bushes and shrubs are placed about in this foreground band at the bottom of the painting. And then there are two other elements that are present in this image in the front. One, at the very back, the back of the foreground, and mixed in with the tops of pine trees, you can see the roofs of several buildings. And you can tell from the architectural style that these are large buildings, and they are probably, for example, the roofs of a Buddhist monastery. Buddhist monasteries were frequently situated out in mountain settings, in remote locations where people could go and retreat from the world around them. So there's a sense here of the presence of these buildings in amongst the forest. And then right down at the very base of the painting, down in the lower right-hand corner, there are several small figures. And if you look closely at them, they are some pack mules and a few travelers walking along with them. These are the travelers amongst the mountains, or the travelers amongst streams and mountains. The whole painting is a monumental space, a huge expanse. These figures are a tiny little presence down in the corner, emerging out of the forest, following along on a little footpath, and you know that they will pass across the space in front of us and disappear off wherever it is that they're going. Perhaps they're coming from the monastery. Perhaps the monastery is not their destination or their point of origin, but simply a presence in the background. We don't know. This does not illustrate a story. We don't know who the travelers are, where they've come from, where they're going. In a sense, it doesn't matter. Although the painting is called Travelers Among Mountains, in many ways, the travelers are not really the story at all. The mountains, the scene, the setting is the story. This painting can be taken as really archetypical of Northern Song monumental landscape painting. It contains a repertoire of elements which become absolutely characteristic of this type of painting. You can walk into museums in many parts of the world and go to the Chinese painting section, and when you get to Song painting, Song landscape painting, these elements will be present in the images that you'll see. In the background, large, massive mountains. Then a sort of misty middle ground, a more detailed representation of things in the foreground, and the presence of human elements. Architecture, whether it's Buddhist monastic buildings, a little fisherman's hut, a resting hostel by the wayside, and a few human figures, tiny travelers, perhaps a fisherman in a boat, a lonely scholar walking with his staff and thinking about poetry or whatever. But the human figures, the human presence will be very small and very subordinated to the larger scene, the larger image. And it is that larger image that is critical. Now, often the human figures will be situated on what is clearly a roadway or a pathway. And this should remind us that the word in Chinese for a walk path, a path that you travel along, is a dao. And the term dao for a path is the term dao for the way, for the Confucian ideal of the well-ordered society. So in a sense, we have here a little representation of people on the path, on the way. This is the Tao of human existence, these little travelers in the mountains. But that Tao is only part of this much larger scene. It's part of a much larger pattern, if you will, so that we can see the natural pattern of the mountains, the trees, the waterfalls, the rising mist, the depth of the scene. All this is part of a natural order of things. If you will, it is an embodiment, a manifestation, a graphic representation of Li, of the natural pattern that we can observe in the world around us. And what it tells us is something about the place of human activity in that natural pattern. We can see human activity as present, as having a place. This is not a naturalism which excludes humanity, which says, that humans are somehow separate from the natural order. People are part of the natural order. And by understanding that natural order and the proper role of people within it, we can approach an understanding of a well-ordered society, a well-ordered world around us. Okay? Now, in the Northern Song, this kind of monumental landscape painting becomes very, very widespread, very, very important. It's commissioned by all kinds of people, all kinds of emperors and officials and others buy these paintings, commission these paintings, view these paintings. They become very much a part of the visual environment of the people like Ouyang Shou and Su Shi and the Chung brothers that we talked about in the last lecture. They're part of the cultural discourse that is emerging and shaping Chinese life in the course of the 11th century. They're not the only kinds of paintings that are around. It isn't that everybody drops everything else and just paints nothing but landscapes. So you can sometimes get that impression in certain collections, but it's clearly not the case. Indeed, many kinds of painting that continue concerns that we've seen in earlier times can be found in the Song. Paintings of daily life at court, paintings of the court women, ironing silk is a very famous painting of that. Paintings of palace scenes. Another a sort of manifestation of the concern with nature, the concern with the observation, the careful observation of natural patterns can be seen in what's called bird and flower painting, which, not surprisingly, are little depictions of birds and flowers. Those kinds of very carefully delineated, very precise observations also seem to be a manifestation of this concern with Li that we find to be growing more and more important in the Northern Song. The Southern Song dynasty sees the continuation of a concern with landscape. There are some very interesting changes that take place in Southern Song painting. We get a little ahead of ourselves in terms of our political narrative here, because one of the most significant things that we see in Southern Song painting is a change in the way that that landscape is represented. You still have the same visual elements of mountains in the background, a misty middle ground, and a more detailed foreground. But the mountains in the background during the Southern Song are reduced in their representation. They're presented in a very, very minimalist way, sometimes just a tiny little part of a mountain sort of peering out amongst the clouds. And it is believed by some scholars that this is a reflection of a sense of loss felt by artists and others in the Southern Song period. The Southern Song is the second half of the Song dynasty, and it is after North China is lost to non-Chinese invaders. We'll be taking up the story of those invasions in the next lecture. But there's a sense in these Southern Song paintings that there's a psychological trauma is expressed, that the loss of the North is manifested in these minimalist representations of the mountains. The mountains come to be symbolic of the lost lands of the North. This is not uniformly agreed upon, but it seems to me to be in some ways a reasonable interpretation of what goes on with landscape painting in the Southern Song. Nonetheless, these images continue to situate human activity within this larger natural order, larger natural pattern. And I think that that's the basic message, if you will, that gets communicated in Song landscape painting in general. These are, as I say, expressions of the increasing importance of the concept of Li, the importance of the concept of pattern that we've seen in intellectual discourse in the Northern Song. And Li becomes one of the critical concepts in the emergence of what we call the learning of the way, or Dao Shui. Literally it means Dao is the way, Shui is learning. So the learning of the way, which becomes a very, very important, indeed a dominant school of thought by the end of the Song. We'll examine the emergence of Dao Shui, the learning of the way, in the 12th century and the 13th century, particularly through the activities of a gentleman called Zhu Xi in a later lecture. But before we do that, before we turn to Zhu Xi and the emergence of Dao Shui, I will need to take some time and consider the invasions of North China, the existence on the northern frontier of regimes of non-Chinese people, first the Khitan and then the Jurchen, and the ways in which that shapes the experience of Song life, and particularly after the Jurchen invasion, the loss of North China creates a separate alien realm that persists for over a century. We'll take up that story in the next lecture. We've been talking about the Song dynasty, which arose in China after the collapse of the Tang at the beginning of the 10th century, and then the 50-plus year period of disunity and chaos, the Five Dynasties period. Today, in this lecture, I'd like to drop back in time a little bit from the Song to the period at the end of the Tang, and turn our attention to the north, where non-Chinese peoples put together states that picked up some of the political, stepped into the political vacuum, picked up the slack after the collapse of the Tang, and created states which enter into the Chinese historical record as dynasties, but which were not part of the mainstream of Chinese dynastic succession. These are alien states which controlled some portion of Chinese territory. We'll talk about two principal examples of this, the Liao dynasty and the Jin dynasty. These were not the only non-Chinese people, non-Chinese states that came into existence in the wake of the fall of the Tang. And indeed, there were other non-Chinese peoples who had organized states and sometimes fairly extensive empires outside the reach of Chinese political control. The Tibetans, for example, had created a fairly extensive empire in the 7th and 8th centuries up on the plateau to the west of China, and sometimes reaching into Chinese territory and challenging Chinese power, Tang power, along the western frontier. The Uyghurs, one of the Turkic peoples who had risen to prominence in Central Asia, particularly in what is today the western part of China, Xinjiang province in China. The Uyghurs had spread an empire across the Tarim Basin and encompassing some of the great trading cities along the Silk Road in the west. Mongol tribes were scattered out on the grasslands north and west of China. They did not at this time come together and form a particularly coherent political entity, but as we'll see in some later lectures, they were soon to surpass everyone else in terms of the size of a state which they would create. That's a story for a little bit later. It's in the northeast that we have the two stories that we want to look at in this lecture, the two states that rise up and take control of parts of Chinese territory, constituting an ongoing challenge to the order created by the Song dynasty. The first of these was the Liao dynasty, as I've mentioned, formed by a people called the Khitan, and the second is the Jin dynasty, formed by a people called the Jurchen, and we'll take their stories one after the other in the way in which they succeeded one another historically. The Northeast, what the Chinese refer to as the Northeast, the area that Westerners in the modern period we tend to call Manchuria, named after the Manchu people who were very prominent there, as we'll see in later lectures, from the 16th and 17th centuries on, but much later than the time we're talking about now. The northeast part of China is an area very different from the Chinese heartland. It's not an area of extensive agriculture. It's not an area of lots of grain growing the way that China proper is. But it's also somewhat different from some of the other peripheral zones, some of the other marginal zones. Mongolia is a grassland. Xinjiang, Central Asia, is largely very arid. The Tibetan Plateau is very, very high, very, very dry and mountainous. The Northeast, by contrast, is actually a fairly lush area, very well watered. There are mountains there, but they're not anywhere near as high as those in Tibet. Heavily forested, but interspersed there are very lush valleys. It's a wonderful area for hunting, for fishing. There were natural products, natural food products that could be gathered and harvested as well. So it was an area that was fairly easy to live in for semi-nomadic populations. And this is what the Khitan and the Jurchen people were. Hunters, gatherers, semi-nomadic peoples who had persisted on the northern edge of Chinese civilization for a very, very long time. In 9, when the Tang dynasty disappears, when the last Tang emperor is done away with, as there's a sort of scramble for power taking place elsewhere, and as China collapses and fragments into this period of the 5 dynasties, a leader of the Khitan people, a man called Abaoji, seizes power in that area, proclaims his power, essentially, in the area to the north and east of the Chinese frontier. And he sets up a state, a claim to government, which he calls a dynasty, in emulation of the Chinese model. Of course, the Khitan had been very familiar with the Tang. The Tang had exercised political control, either directly or sort of by extension, by proximity, over many of the Khitan people, so that the collapse of the Tang dynasty has a very direct impact on this area. It results in the disappearance of what had been an established political authority. And Abaoji steps in and says that he will replace that authority. He will take over and exercise power and leadership where the Tang, where the Chinese are no longer able to do so. And he spends the next 20 years basically conducting military campaigns to extend and consolidate his power and the power of the Khitan people. Now, what Abaoji does is fairly radical, because he makes a break with traditional Khitan modes of leadership, I suppose you could say. The Khitan, as a tribal people, a semi-nomadic people living in the forests and valleys of the Northeast, had not had a highly organized, highly centralized political system prior to this. Indeed, leadership amongst the Khitan people had largely been an aspect of tribal groups. The elders, the more prominent warriors within particular family groups, clan groups, the best hunters would emerge as leaders. And from time to time, if there was a need to organize, say, a military campaign or a great ceremonial activity or a great hunt, individuals would be selected as leaders for the particular tasks at hand. But when those tasks were accomplished, they would simply revert to being one of many prominent individuals within the tribal community. What Abaoji does is to emulate the Chinese model and set himself up as a single ruler, set himself up, in effect, as an emperor. And his adoption of a dynastic title to call his regime the Liao dynasty is a reflection of this change. And it wasn't one that was made easily. It wasn't one which the Khitan people immediately, universally accepted. It took a lot of political maneuvering for Abaoji to consolidate his position. And the military campaigns that he conducted over the first 2 decades of his reign were part of this, because the spoils that he captured, the spoils that his armies were able to seize, he would distribute amongst his followers. And this kind of largesse, this kind of granting out of favor by Abaoji served to cement the loyalty of his followers and helped to stabilize the power that he had seized. Critical in this process was the ability of the Khitan to come into the very northern edge of China, an area of agricultural land just south of the ring of mountains that runs along the northern frontier of the North China Plain, and to seize a strip of land there, a strip of Chinese farmland that comes to be called the 16 prefectures. It encompassed 16 little administrative districts that had been part of the Tang. The 16 prefectures are very different from the rest of the territory that the Liao dynasty controls. All the rest of Liao territory is mountains and forests and river valleys, and very lightly populated. The Khitan people are really very thinly distributed over most of their territory. The Chinese farming population of the 16 prefectures is very densely settled. This is the northern fringe of the North China Plain, and the North China Plain in general is a very, very densely settled area. So that by controlling this thin strip of territory, even though it's not a big chunk of China, they brought a considerable amount of wealth under the control of the Liao state. The Chinese, the Song dynasty, when it arises after 960, wants to regain these territories. They don't like the idea of Chinese territory being controlled by an alien state, by a non-Chinese people. And so the Song dynasty, once it has consolidated power, once it has reunified the empire and sort of stabilized itself, prepares to try to regain these territories in the north, try to regain the 16 prefectures. And in the year 1004, and again in the year 1044, major military campaigns are launched attacking the Khitan and trying to seize these Chinese farmlands that are controlled by the Liao. But both of these campaigns are unsuccessful. The Chinese are not able to dislodge the Khitan from the 16 prefectures. And this results in some very humiliating moments for the Song dynasty, both in 1004 and in 1044. After the military campaigns are over, after the Chinese forces have proven unsuccessful, the Song is forced to sign treaties with the Liao. And these treaties first of all, it's quite a departure for the Chinese state to have to sign an agreement with another power in the first place. China has traditionally thought of itself and been perceived in the area as the great power, and other states tended to position themselves in sort of subordinate roles. Now the Khitan have defeated the Chinese militarily once and then again. So it's unusual for the Song to be in a position where they have to enter into these kinds of negotiations. And what they wind up agreeing to in these treaties is to pay annual subsidies to the Khitan rulers, to the emperors of the Liao dynasty. They send off large quantities of silver and large quantities of cloth, mostly silk, but also some things like that. These annual subsidies that are established in the first treaty in 1004 are under the Treaty of 1044, when the Chinese lose the second war with the Khitan. After 1044, the Chinese decide that the reconquest of these areas is not a cost-effective argument, that they're not going to be successful in this. They won't launch any more campaigns against the Khitan to try to regain these. For the Khitan, the Chinese subsidies are a significant source of income. They're a significant humiliation for the Chinese. They're not really that much of an economic. The amount of silver, the amount of silk that's being shipped doesn't really put much of a dent in treasury, but it is a very humiliating experience for China to have to of a situation. Well, the Khitan state, the Liao dynasty, evolves as time goes by in ways which, in some ways, are a little familiar to us already. We may think back to the period when the Turkic peoples had come into northwest China and established the northern dynasties, states like the Wei dynasty of the Toba Turks. And we talked about the process of cultural accommodation that took place with this conquest elite and the much larger Chinese population. You don't have exactly that situation in terms of the Khitan state, because they retain their homeland. They haven't migrated into China. They've simply acquired a portion of Chinese territory. But the Chinese population of the Liao state as a whole is about 70% of the total population. The 16 prefectures are so densely populated, even though they're a small portion of the territory, population-wise, they are very significant. So the Khitan developed what we call a system of equal administration, is to say that in 16 prefectures in the territories with a Chinese population, they use Chinese administrative techniques. They use the Chinese bureaucratic system that was all. You continue to. It's very effective. They desire, which is to attract under control in a way that they're from the perpetuate the use there. They retain Conways. As time goes on, there is a process by the court, the official, the imperial court, are drawn more and more sort of into the Chinese orbit. They become themselves more bureaucratized. They become and they get used to living a Chinese lifestyle, a lifestyle of imperial luxury. And so as time goes by, there's a sort of alienation that sets in between the Khitan emperors and the traditional tribal customs and ways. And that results in tensions and frustrations within the Khitan people. Also, the emperors, the Khitan emperors, the Liao emperors, reward their followers often by granting them bits of land, mostly from the 16 prefectures. These are sources of wealth that they can give to their followers, but in a pattern that, again, we've seen similar instances before. When they grant these lands, they're often tax exempt, and that diminishes the revenues coming into the state and leads to various problems in terms of state finances. The subsidies coming in from China are very helpful, but they're not sufficient to completely offset some of these revenue declines. The biggest problem is that eventually the Khitan begin to have problems paying their military forces, paying their armies. And unfortunately for them, this comes about right at the time when unrest is beginning to spread amongst the Chinese population, and rebellions, insurrections begin to take place against Khitan rule. It's also at this time, which is late in the 11th century and around the beginning of the 12th century, that the Chinese come up with an alternative strategy to try to solve their Khitan problem. And that will, it sort of begins to dovetail with the internal problems that the Khitan are developing at this same time. Now, what the Chinese come up with is the idea that they should find another non-Chinese people who could challenge the Khitan and could, in a sense, open up a rear front, open up a rear front, that's not a good phrase, open up a second front of confrontation with the Chinese, with the Khitan, that would divert them, that would weaken them in their control of their territory and of the 16 prefectures. And the people that they turn to in this instance are the Jurchen. The Jurchen are another semi-nomadic hunting and gathering people living further north than the Khitan, but in the same general region, the same mountains and valleys of what's now northeastern China. And some of the Jurchen had been incorporated within the Liao state. Some of the Jurchen remained outside the control of the Liao state. Those Jurchen who were controlled by the Liao are called cooked Jurchen because they've been sort of cooked and civilized. The ones outside the control of the Liao state are called the raw Jurchen because they've remained sort of raw and independent. And the Chinese turn mostly to the raw Jurchen and try to incite them to be problematic, to cause difficulties for the Khitan. And they're successful at this strategy. They send up gifts, they send up weapons, they send up advisors to help the Jurchen to organize themselves and to challenge Khitan power. In particular, they hook up with a Jurchen leader, a man named Aguda, who has his own grievances with the Liao state, and they encourage him in his defiance of the Khitan emperor. In the 1120s, the Jurchen launch military campaigns against the Khitan, and the Khitan by this time have their internal problems have developed to the point where their armies are disaffected. They haven't been paid as regularly as they should. They've been weakened by dealing with these peasant insurrections in the 16 prefectures. And the Chinese at this time cut off their payments of subsidies to further weaken the Liao state. So the Jurchen are able, in several years of military campaigning, to invade and destroy the Liao dynasty. And they basically sweep it away by the mid-1120s. But at this point, as sometimes happens in history, the Chinese have a rather rude awakening. Because what happens is that the Jurchen, having gotten their military machine organized and running, and having successfully destroyed the Liao state, don't simply then stop at the Chinese frontier and say, thank you very much, we'll stay right here, but instead sweep down into North China. And in the latter part of the 1120s, they seize much of northern China, the North China Plain. They capture around 1126, 1127, the northern Song capital at Kaifeng. And indeed, the capture of Kaifeng becomes an even greater humiliation for the Song than the subsidies that they had been forced to pay to the Khitan, because when the Jurchen capture Kaifeng, they capture the Chinese emperor. They capture the emperor, They even capture the emperor's mother, which in a good Confucian society is a very, very bad thing. It's bad enough to have the emperor caught, but to have his mother seized as well is really unfilial. It's inappropriate. The emperor and members of the imperial family are carried off into captivity by the Jurchen, back up into the north, and live out their lives there. They're never ransomed. They're never returned to the Chinese side. Another younger member of the imperial family emerges and is put on the throne. The court flees to the south. There's a period of several years where, in effect, the Jurchen armies kind of chase the Chinese court from one place to another. Eventually, the court actually flees to some offshore islands for a short while. Finally, the Sung forces are able to regroup, mobilize new resources, particularly further south, and start to reassert some pressure to push the Jurchen back. But they're unable to drive them out of North China. By the early 1130s, a line of control, a line of demarcation emerges about midway between the Yellow River in the north and the Yangtze River in the south. And north of that line is controlled by the Jurchen. South of that line remains in the hands of the Chinese, of the Song dynasty. And that results in in the Chinese side, we enter into the period that we call the Southern Song. The Southern Song, the second half of the Song dynasty. A new capital is established. Kaifeng is now in the hands of the Jurchen. So the Chinese establish a new capital at a city called Hangzhou, which is down in what is today Zhejiang province. It's a city right on the South China coast. It's the only Chinese capital in history to be located on the coast, to be a port city. And it is always referred to by the Southern Song dynasty as a temporary capital. There's a myth, there's a hope that the north will eventually be regained and that dynastic rule will go back to the traditional centers of political power. That never happens. The north remains in the hands of the Jurchen from the 1120s for more than 100 years. Now, the Jurchen set up their own dynastic rule, and they call their dynasty the Jin dynasty. Jin in Chinese means gold, and it's part of the clan identity of the dominant group within the Jurchen people, the golden clan. So the Jin dynasty is set up by the Jurchen, and it too develops a system like that of the Liao dynasty, of what we might call dual administration, because again, the Jurchen have an extensive homeland beyond the realm of Chinese settlement, but they now control vastly more of China than the Khitan ever had done. And indeed, the Jurchen are vastly outnumbered by the Chinese. It's not a matter of 70%. It's well over 90%. And indeed, the Jurchen, there are perhaps a million of them altogether. And in North China, the overall population is perhaps 60 million or more of Chinese. So the Jurchen are much more, as the Turks had been earlier, a thin layer on top of a vast Chinese society. So they retain a system of dual administration to control their homeland and to administer their Chinese territories using the two distinctive systems. But for the Jin dynasty, there's a much more rapid process of accommodation and transformation that takes place. And the Jin dynasty, within just a generation or two, really becomes a Chinese state. Indeed, many of the Jurchen people move from the forests of the north into China and adopt Chinese lifestyle. Many of them settle down and acquire land and become, if not farmers, at least landowners, estate proprietors. And the Jurchen dimension of the Jin state diminishes considerably. It doesn't disappear entirely, but it does become much less significant than the Khitan element had been in the Liao state. The Jin dynasty, as a essentially Chinese state, has some interesting characteristics. It retains a lot of the features that had been in place during the Northern Song. A lot of the intellectual debates that we talked about back in the 11th century in Northern Song, particularly the concerns of the statecraft thinkers and the literary gentlemen, the Wenren, continue to be the mainstream of intellectual culture in the Jin period. And as we'll see in another lecture, in the Southern Song, in South China at this time, rather different ideas become more significant and more dominant. But in the north, there's a great deal of continuity, actually, between the Northern Song and the Jin period, not only in terms of philosophy and intellectual culture, but artistically, in terms of poetry, other kinds of expression. Also, the north, since the core of the Jin state is its control of the North China plain, this vast agricultural resource, the economic system of the North remains very traditional. It remains very much the basic farming society that it had always been. The arrival, the presence of the Jurchen people doesn't have much impact on that. The Chinese certainly don't adopt the nomadic ways of the Jurchen, and indeed, as I've noted, many Jurchen migrate into China and adopt the agricultural lifestyle of the Chinese people. And this is in very great contrast to what's going on in the Southern Song, to what's happening down south, where there are very significant economic changes taking place, which have an impact in society and culture in other ways as well. Throughout the Southern Song, the ideal of the recovery of the North remains important. There is one significant effort very early during the period where the Jurchen armies are still sort of chasing the Song court around, where a general tries to go north and tries to challenge the Jurchen closer to their heartland. But he's betrayed by political factionalism at the court and winds up being executed as a result of these factional conflicts. And after that, there's never really a serious effort made to recover the North. So there's a persistent sort of cognitive dissonance, a disconnect between the rhetoric, which is, we must regain the North, and the reality of Southern Song political practice, which is to really make no serious efforts to do so. The control of the North by the Jin dynasty lasts over a century. The Jin establish a very stable state. Their control of the North China agricultural zone gives them a very reasonable resource base. And it's unclear how long they might have persisted on their own had they not been swept away in 1234 by the rise of the Mongols. That's a story that we'll turn to later, but we need to address a few more issues with the Southern Song before we do so, and we'll pick those up in the next lecture. After the capture of North China by the Jurchen people in the 1120s, and after a period of instability where the fate of the South was unclear for a while, by the early 1130s, and certainly by the middle of that decade, the Southern Song, the second half of the Song dynasty, starts to take shape. The Chinese establish a capital at the city of Hangzhou. They call it a temporary capital, but it remains the center of Chinese power from the 1130s down to the 1270s. The frontier with the Jin state, the Jurchen-controlled territories in North China, stabilizes on a line running between the Yellow and Yangtze rivers. And as time goes by, the Southern Song seems to just sort of take shape on its own. There's a realization that they're not going to be destroyed, that the Jin conquest has come to an end, and that there'll be this ongoing division between North and South. And of course, we've seen an earlier instance of this when the Turkic peoples had controlled northern China in the 4th and 5th and 6th centuries. Now we have, once again, China divided between North and South. And this is a division which is political and military, but as we can recall from the very beginning of our course, there's also geographic distinctions between northern and southern China. And in the southern Song dynasty, those geographic distinctions become very significant. They have profound effects on the course of history in the southern Song period. And I want to, in this lecture, take up some elements of that, some of the ways in which the southern Song begins to develop very distinctive economic and social characteristics, which will continue to grow and develop even after China is reunified, and which really shape, along with some of the intellectual developments we've already been examining, the way that the late imperial period, from the Song dynasty on down to the end of imperial rule at the beginning of the 20th century, the way that that period is constituted, the structural features, if you will, of Chinese society and government and economics during that long era. Just by way of review, what makes southern China different, what sets it off from the north being largely dominated by the extensive agricultural plain, is its hilly nature. The south is much more broken up into centers of population separated from one another by intervening hills or low mountain ranges. The south is a much more distinctive, has a much greater number of distinctive localities within it, brought about by river valleys and mountain ranges and things like that. The population of the southern Song, interestingly, is about 60% of the total population of Chinese at that time. Beginning back in the Tang, beginning really even perhaps a bit earlier during the Turkic invasions, there had been a shift in the sort of center of gravity of population in China. Earlier, back in the Han and earlier times, the great majority of Chinese people had lived in the north, on the North China Plain, or in the river valleys off to the west. As China expanded geographically, of course, people migrated to the south, and that resulted in a greater dispersal of Chinese people. From the northern and southern period and through the Tang on, the majority of Chinese actually come to live in the south. Interestingly, after the southern Song, this trend reverses. And now today we have a pretty much equal distribution, about 50-50 between northern and southern China. The southern Song is really the point at which the shift to the south reaches its peak. And that's not inappropriate given the kinds of changes that we see taking place in the south. Because of the more broken up nature of population distribution in South China, localities seem to have had a greater sense of sort of identity of their particular characteristics, their existence as particular places in distinction from other places. In the north, because of the fairly even openness of the North China Plain, one set of villages, one town, isn't necessarily all that distinctive from many others. But in the south, the particular localities of settlements and communities tended to have a greater sense of distinction, a greater sense of sort of individuality. And that's expressed in a greater local consciousness on the part of the educated elite. Indeed, this transformation of the Song dynasty from when it encompassed all of China proper to just the southern half can be seen having some very significant manifestations in the consciousness, in the sort of self-awareness of the literati, of the sure class, the educated political elite. Literati families change the way in which they arrange marriages. This is a curious sort of marker in some ways, and yet there's a very clear shift between the Northern Song period and the Southern Song period that sets off and sort of highlights the distinctions in consciousness between these two eras. In the Northern Song period, Kaifeng, the political capital, had been a great cultural center where officials came from all over the empire. They traveled there. Part of the normal bureaucratic operation of administration in China is that every 3 years or so, officials return to the capital for a personnel evaluation and for assignment to new duties. It may be that they'll be sent off to another posting in a locality or in a provincial level administration, or they may be assigned to duties at the capital. But one way or another, everyone involved in the administration passes through the imperial capital on a regular basis. So that makes it a place where you meet and greet other people from the administrative elite, other members of the literati class. In the Northern Song, Kaifeng functioned as a sort of national marriage market. That is to say that gentlemen, when they would go to the capital, they would often maintain a residence there in addition to their home. And they would negotiate marriages. Families would arrange marriages. Arranged marriages were the norm in elite culture in traditional China. They would arrange marriages with other families from all over the empire. A family from Jiangxi province in the south might make a marriage arrangement with a family from Shandong province in the north, or a family from Sichuan in the southwest might enter into an agreement with a family from Zhejiang on the coast. These empire-wide marriage alliances were characteristic of the Northern Song period. What we see in the Southern Song is a very dramatic shift in that the sort of horizon of literati families seems to have become much narrower. Indeed, marriages in the Southern Song, elite marriages in the Southern Song, seem to have been arranged not only not on an empire-wide basis, but not even necessarily on a province-wide basis. Most families at the elite level tended to make marriage arrangements within just a relatively narrow local circle, perhaps just a handful of prefectures, a corner of a province, rather than even a whole province. And this reflects a change in the sort of psychological focus of the elite during the Southern Song. Now, that's not to say that members of the literati elite abandoned their engagement with empire-wide affairs. They didn't. They continued to serve in government. They continued to go to Hangzhou, the new capital, on a regular basis for personnel evaluations and reassignment, just as they had in the Northern Song. But they modified their behavior, particularly in this one instance of marriage practices, in a way that is indicative of a change in their thinking, a change in the way that they thought of themselves. They thought of themselves principally as members of local societies who served on a national level, rather than principally as members of a national elite who happened to have a local base. And that change is marked in a number of ways. Marriage is a very clear one. But we can also see it in that literati families became very involved in local affairs, in managing the activities of local society. They organized a lot of what we might call public works. They undertook functions which were quasi-governmental. The Chinese state the traditional imperial state, never penetrated very deeply into society. And now in the Southern Song, we see members of the literati elite in their capacity as local elites, assuming a lot of semi-governmental or quasi-governmental functions. Public works, repairing roads or bridges or dredging canals or streams. public security, organizing local militias to control bandits or put down unrest if that should occur. Educational activities. In the Northern Song, we talked about during Wang Anshi's reforms, the efforts to create a national educational system. State schools do continue to exist in the Southern Song on some sort of minimal level, but private schools, private academies, flourish during this period. Many schools are founded by families, by perhaps groups of families in particular localities, sometimes with a degree of public sponsorship, but largely on the initiative of private interests. So in a number of spheres of activity, local elites become sort of the leading forces in the Southern Song. And this, I think, is indicative of this sort of narrowing of their horizon. Their focus is on their localities rather than on the empire-wide affairs. Certainly in their capacity as officials, when they're assigned to administrative posts within the imperial government, they're involved in the administration of empire-wide affairs. That's not to say that a consciousness of the empire disappears. But this focus on local society is very, very significant and shapes a lot of the attitudes and behavior that we see at the elite level. Now, the broken up nature of the South, of the geography of the South, also has impacts or effects on economic developments during the Southern Song. And these economic developments are very significant as well, in that they represent the first of a series of periods of sort of economic takeoff that we see in Chinese history, particularly in terms of commercial activity, the commercial sector of the economy. One reason for this in the Southern Song period, although it doesn't just begin in the Southern Song, but it intensifies and accelerates in the Southern Song. It has its origins earlier, back certainly in Northern Song, and perhaps even before. But again, because of the distinctive geography of the South, there's a tendency towards local economic specialization, which is to say that the production of certain commodities comes to be the special activity of certain particular locations. And there's a number of examples we could cite to demonstrate this. For example, tea growing. Rather than just trying to grow tea everywhere, certain particular areas, Zhejiang province on the coast, Hunan province in the interior, come to specialize in the production of tea. Families stop growing grain, stop trying to function as subsistence farmers in a grain economy, and become specialized commodity producers, growing tea and then marketing that tea in a national economy. Cotton production in an area that we call Jiangnan, which is the area where the Yangtze River flows out to the Pacific Ocean, an area that will become increasingly important in the rest of Chinese history from here on down. In the Jiangnan region, we see cotton as a special commodity beginning to emerge at this time. Silk production, also in the Jiangnan area. Jiangnan becomes an area where textile production, cotton and silk, comes to be perhaps the principal economic activity. Many households stop growing grain, stop farming in the sense of producing foodstuffs, and instead become commodity producers, producing silk and cotton, and those enter into a national marketplace. And in conjunction with that, of course, as Jiangnan increases its production, its specialization in textile production, it becomes a grain importing region. As grain is produced less and less, people still have to eat. The grain has to come from somewhere. So we now see long distance grain transport systems developing to supply the Jiangnan region with food. Perhaps one of the more dramatic examples of economic specialization is in the city of Jingdezhen. Jingdezhen is in Jiangxi province, right in sort of central southern China, south of the Yangtze River, in from the coast. It's one province in Zhejiang on the coast, and then Jiangxi. And at Jingdezhen, a great ceramics center develops. Now, ceramics had been produced in China for a long, long time. Pottery, of course, going all the way back to the Neolithic. Many, many local centers of production had developed from time to time, and other centers of ceramics production persist even after Jingdezhen emerges. But Jingdezhen becomes a truly industrial center of ceramic production. The imperial kilns are located there. The ceramics that are produced for use by the emperors, for use in the imperial palace at Hangzhou, are produced in Jingdezhen. And then additional wares are produced that are then distributed through the market. Now, Jingdezhen becomes, as I say, a truly industrial center. The kilns are large scale. The production of pots and other objects is organized on a sort of assembly line basis. Thousands and thousands of workers are employed. They run on a 24-hour basis. There are descriptions of the glow of the sky at night as the fires from the kilns are burning. And the distribution is handled in a very industrial way. Great warehouses are built for the storage of products as they're cranked out from the kilns. And Jingdezhen ware, of course, the imperial ware goes straight to the capital, but other Jingdezhen wares are then sent out not only all over China, but they become international commodities. Jingdezhen wares go to Southeast Asia, to India, to the Persian Gulf. Jingdezhen wares have been found on the east coast of Africa. They enter into the trading networks of the Mediterranean. They become a truly global commodity. And they're one of the first instances of a really large-scale, mass production kind of economic organization and activity. All regulated, of course, by the imperial state. What's interesting in the southern Song is that the imperial state, while continuing to be a Confucian government and continuing to embody the values of Confucianism, and we'll talk about these in relation to merchants again in just a moment, puts in place a number of policies which actively encourage the growth of the commercial economy. In particular, these are monetary policies. The Sung state encourages, carries out under its own auspices, a great expansion in the money supply, the production of copper coins, the circulation of silver. These are greatly fostered and encouraged by the activities of the state. Mining, smelting, minting of coins is carried out by the Sung. And again, the Sung state encourages not just, this is not just a domestic economic activity, but it has an international dimension as well. Sung coins are allowed to leave the country, and they spread throughout, particularly East Asia, and become the common currency in Korea and Japan at this time as well, so that a larger internationally, a more integrated international economy is encouraged. And this has significant effects, particularly in Japan. There are sort of secondary effects of the commercialization, the expansion of the Sung commercial economy, and the expansion of the money supply affects the course of development of Japanese history around this time as well. It's a story that will have to be taken up elsewhere. The Sung is also the point where the Chinese engage in a great experiment in paper money. Paper money has a long history in China, beginning with the Sung. And it is a fairly unique development in the world at this time. But the Chinese recognize the theoretical ideal of money as a universal means of circulation, a sort of universal commodity, and realize that money does not have to be a precious metal. It doesn't have to be something which has value in and of itself, so long as it is accepted as having value by the people in the economy. So the introduction of paper money by the Sung state is a very, very modernistic, very modern-looking undertaking. And the Sung print paper money in various denominations, and this circulates fairly widely within the empire. Not much paper money goes off into the international economy, but it does circulate within the empire. The experiment with paper money doesn't work as well as the Song state would have liked, and indeed, paper money passes out of use when the Song dynasty falls. There are later efforts to introduce paper money again during other periods of commercial expansion. We'll touch on those in later lectures. The growth of the commercial economy, the development of specialized centers of commodity production, the growth as a result of that of long-distance trading, the establishment of trade routes, of big market centers. This fosters a growth in a mercantile elite, a wealthy class within Chinese society, which derives its wealth not from the more traditional source of agriculture, but instead from commerce, from trade, from the production of goods, and from their distribution and sale. And this begins to create in the Southern Song some stresses within Chinese society. Now, we've talked earlier about the Confucian social hierarchy, particularly in connection with the examination system. In classic Confucian thought, there are basically four social categories. At the top are the shi, the literati, who manage the affairs of society and are considered, therefore, to have sort of the greatest degree of social utility. Under the shi come the peasants, the farmers, because they grow the food that everyone needs to live on. Then come artisans, who make many kinds of useful objects. And at the bottom of the hierarchy are merchants. And in classic Confucian sensibility, merchants are seen as sort of parasitic. They don't produce anything themselves, they don't create wealth, but they take things that have been produced by others, and by moving them around from one place to another, by, in other words, sort of manipulating society, social reality, they enrich themselves. And so this is viewed as sort of morally tainted, not as good as the activities of the other three classes. Still, a certain grudging recognition of the social utility, the social necessity of markets, but it's looked on with a rather jaundiced eye. Well, up until the Southern Song, that had not been particularly problematic. Merchants and their descendants, as we recall, are banned from taking the examinations, but in general, this hadn't been a really big issue. However, in the Southern Song, commercial activity expands so much that you start to get really significant mercantile wealth, particularly in these areas of specialized commodity production, and most particularly in the Jiangnan area, the area where the Yangtze River flows out to the sea. In the Jiangnan area, you begin to get towns where large numbers of merchant families are dwelling, who have considerable economic resources. They've accumulated considerable wealth, and they start to display this. They build elaborate mansions. They wear very fine clothing, often the same kinds of clothing that the literati gentlemen are wearing, not their official garb if they're serving in government, but the kinds of clothing that they wear in private life. They have themselves carried around in sedan chairs. And then perhaps more significantly, they begin to emulate the culture of the literati, the culture of the established elite. They buy books, they establish libraries, they buy paintings, works of calligraphy, an art market, a commodification, if you will, of art objects takes place because wealthy merchant families want to display their sophistication. They want to say, we're just as good, we're just as culturally advanced, we're just as elite as the literati. They participate in some of these public service activities that the literati elite have been involved in. They give money to charities. They endow monasteries or other religious establishments. Now, this gives rise to a tension between an emerging commercial elite and the established literati, agrarian-based elite. And this is not an unfamiliar phenomenon in world history. But what we see in China is a rather different trajectory of development for this tension, for this dynamic. We think about European history. At about this time, or perhaps a little bit later, in places like northern Italy or in the Low Countries, you have comparable developments. You have an existing, coming out of the Middle Ages, an existing sort of feudal, aristocratic, land-based agrarian economy and social order with an established elite that is based upon its control of agricultural wealth. And then you begin to have emerging in the midst of that what in the West we call a bourgeois elite, an elite based in towns whose wealth derives from their activities in commerce, in trade. In Western history, the tension between these groups becomes one of the dynamic forces in the movement towards the appearance of what in the West we think of as modern society. In Chinese history, we have that same tension. We have that same diversion of interests, but it gets resolved to a certain extent. It gets diffused, if you will, so that the course of evolution of Chinese society doesn't follow exactly the same trajectory that we get in the West. The commercial economy certainly continues to develop, and in many ways we will see in later times that there are dramatic parallels. There are ways in which economic history and even cultural, intellectual history move forward through stages, through episodes of development, very similar to things that we see in Western society. But we don't get the kinds of intensifying class confrontations that we do in Western history. And in part, this is because very early on, beginning in the Southern Song, there's a sort of under-the-table convergence of interests that takes place. What happens is that many of the wealthy landowning families start to take some of the wealth that's they're earning from their agricultural activities and invest it in commercial enterprises as silent partners. And at the same time, merchants who are becoming wealthy through their commercial activities want to kind of reinvent themselves as if they were literati gentlemen. And so they buy land. They move out of the towns. They set themselves up with estates. And after a generation or two, perhaps, they train their sons to take the examinations, and they are able to then assimilate themselves to literati status. So we have a kind of quiet convergence of interest that allows Chinese society to escape some of the disruptions, some of the antagonisms that plague and characterize European history from the Renaissance on down. That story will continue to play itself out very quietly under the surface. Commercial development is dramatically disrupted, indeed almost derailed, by the rise of the Mongols that we'll be talking about a little bit later. But before we turn to that story, we need to deal with one more aspect of the Southern Song period, and that's the consolidation of the learning of the way, the real synthesis of Dao Shui in the hands of Zhu Xi. And we'll pick up that story in the next lecture. The Southern Song dynasty is a period of change and transition in many ways. The growth of the commercial economy, changes in the way that the literati elite thought of themselves, their roles in local society. It's also a period where intellectual developments, which had been underway since the Northern Song, since the 11th century, take on a more complete development. Indeed, it's during the Southern Song that what comes to be the sort of characteristic ideology of the late imperial period really is consolidated, really is given its fully developed form. And this is a system that in the West we conventionally call Neo-Confucianism. In Chinese, it's called the learning of the way, or the Dao Shui. Dao being the way, Shui being a word that means learning or studying. Dao Shui is brought together, is given its mature form by an individual called Zhu Xi. Now, Zhu Xi picks up on the ideas of several of the Northern Song cosmological thinkers that we've referred to earlier, people like Shao Yong and Zhang Zai and the Chung brothers. But what Zhu Xi does is to take the sort of disparate elements, the individual aspects of Dao Shui, of learning of the way, that had been manifested in the individual thinking of these various figures, and bring them together and synthesize them into a coherent philosophy, a coherent body of thought. Zhu Xi lives from 1130 to 1200, so right in the heart of the 12th century, the early part, the first half of the Southern Song dynasty. And in the course of that time, takes Neo-Confucianism, takes the learning of the way from these scattered elements, puts it into a coherent form, and then bequeaths that essentially as a legacy to later times. It does not become, in Zhu Xi's lifetime, the dominant ideology. It does not become accepted as the mainstream of thinking, but it does so very rapidly after his life. By the 1240s, it begins to be given official recognition by the imperial state, and even after the Mongol conquest, which we'll be talking about in the next few lectures, Zhu Xi's ideas, Zhu Xi's interpretation of Confucianism comes to be the official orthodoxy, and indeed it's given pride of place in the imperial examination system. Zhu Xi's interpretations, his commentaries, are the official version of Confucianism that is used in the examination system. So his ideas will be the absolute touchstone for Confucian orthodoxy in the remainder of imperial history. But it's during the 12th century, during his lifetime, that he brings them together and gives Dao Shui its developed incarnation, its developed form. Now, what he picks up on, what the core of his argument involves, is this shift in the source of moral values from the primacy of the literary cultural tradition, Wen, to the primacy of a direct understanding, a direct apprehension of the natural patterns and principles of the universe. Okay, the focus on the concept of Li. All right, he believes that by observing natural patterns, deriving principles from them, you can ground morality in a very, very firm basis. It's not merely a matter of convention. It's not merely a matter of what people have sort of decided amongst themselves, but it's a natural order, a natural system. His argument is further that this is exactly what the sages of antiquity did. The great sage emperors like Yao and Shun had looked at the world around them and had harmonized themselves with the patterns and principles which they observed there. And that's why they were sages. That's why they were able to organize human society and give to human communities the well-ordered lives which the Chinese always looked back to antiquity as a model of. the texts, the literary cultural tradition, the body of Wen, is useful, therefore, as a record of how people have understood those insights, those ideals of the ancients. We shouldn't, Jushi says, take Wen as being the source of values in and of itself. But it's okay, we can utilize certain texts, certain writings, as a way of approaching an understanding of what the ancient sages believed, what their insights were. We need to carry out a sort of dual approach to deriving our sense of values. One is through the study of text, and indeed Jushi develops an elaborate curriculum for study. But the other is through our direct observation, our direct interaction with phenomena in the world around us. For Jushi, the critical figure in this process is the gentleman, what Confucius calls the junzi. Now, in reality and practice, what this means basically is the literatus, a member of the literati elite, a shi. Okay, the shi, the gentleman, is the individual who puts the quest for moral values into practice. The gentleman seeks to develop himself, seeks to cultivate his own moral qualities, and he also is engaged in the process of trying to make the world a better place. So we have a sort of dual function there as well. And in that process, he both undertakes study, learning, shui, and he also participates in what Jushi emphasizes, the investigation of things. In Chinese, the term is ge wu. Ge means to get close to something, and wu is phenomena, things, activities, events. So ge wu, to get close to things, to investigate things, to seek to understand the patterns and principles of the world around us. By developing the individual's sense of knowledge, his awareness of the past, and by participating in the investigation of things, the gentleman develops himself and prepares himself to be a good person, to live a good family life, and to take part in the affairs of state. Now, Jushi, as I say, did not reject the textual tradition, but he did take a very critical approach to it. He was unlike the literary gentlemen that we saw in the Northern Song, people like Ouyang Shou or Su Shi or Sima Guang. He didn't want to immerse himself in the textual tradition and sort of absorb values from that. But he did see that there were elements within the textual tradition that were of value. He was uncomfortable with what we might call the commentarial tradition. That is to say, all the writings that had been generated over 1,000 and more years, which sought to interpret the teachings, the writings of the ancients. Jushi felt that those commentarial traditions perhaps had obscured the original meanings of the ancients, had gotten in the way of an understanding of what the classical texts really said. And so he advocated a return to the classics, a direct engagement with the original sources, the original teachings of antiquity. In some ways, this is parallel to developments, again, that we see in Western history. Some people suggest sort of parallelisms between Jushi's activities and the activities of Western figures like Thomas Aquinas or the scholastic philosophers of the High Middle Ages, in that desire for a return to a direct encounter with antiquity, with the Greeks, the ideas of Aristotle in the West, with the teachings of Confucius and the ancient sages in the case of China and Jushi. One thing that Jushi does, one of his great legacies, is to select out 4 particular texts and make them the centerpieces of his educational program and of his philosophical system. the classics, when we talk about Confucianism, we often refer to the Confucian classics. And the number of classics varies. Sometimes people will talk about the 5 classics, sometimes the 8 classics. There's sometimes some versions where you have as many as 13 classics. What Jushi does is select 4 texts and make them the center of his whole system. Those 4 texts, 2 of them are fairly long. The Analects of Confucius, the sayings that were written down by his students and their successors, which are the closest that we can come to the direct teachings of the master himself. The Book of Mencius, the book written by Confucius's perhaps greatest follower, a century and a half or more after Confucius's own life, but interpreting and expanding the ideas that Confucius himself had initially developed. These are book-length works and had been part of the classical canon all along. And Jushi retains those as part of his what come to be called the 4 books or the 4 texts. The other 2, however, are much shorter, very short passages, and they are in fact both selections or chapters taken out of a longer work called the Liji, which is a record of ritual activities, purportedly a description of the ritual order of the early Zhou dynasty. And Jushi selects from the Liji these 2 chapters, one called The Doctrine of the Mean, and one called The Great Learning. And he takes these 4 texts, the Analects of Confucius, the Mencius, the Doctrine of the Mean, and the Great Learning. And he says that basically this is where you should start. Everything you need to know, all the basic ideas, the basic concept are contained in these 4 texts. If you study these to begin with and you continue to study those, you can use other materials to supplement your understanding, but these core texts are where you should focus, where you should begin, and where you should really seek to get the basic message. Indeed, within the 4 texts, within the 4 books, I think it's also it's feasible to single out the Great Learning, in Chinese, the Daxue, as perhaps the single most important text. It encapsulates Jushi's thinking about the activities of the gentleman, about the nature of moral order, about a well-ordered world. And that text, in some ways, is the fulcrum of his whole system. The Great Learning is not a long text, but it follows a very careful course of development. It starts by referring back to the ancients, and this is very characteristic, again, of Jushi's approach. It starts by referring to the ancients who wished to bring order to the world. Okay? There's a preface, a little introduction before we reach the ancients that talks about what the way of great learning itself is, the Tao, and again that introduces a concept that we've become familiar with. The way of great learning is in manifesting your virtue. Okay, so the point of all this is to create a virtuous person, a virtuous world. It is in knowing what's right, knowing, the text literally says, knowing where to stop. Okay? In other words, knowing to act, to do, to create things in a certain way, but knowing when you've done enough, knowing what the right action is, what the appropriate action is. When you reach that point, then you stop. You don't continue to do things just for the sake of doing them. It's a matter of appropriate, correct, proper action and behavior. And then he turns to this idea of the ancients who wished to order the world. Okay, this is what the ancient sage kings, figures like Yao and Shun, sought to do. They wanted to order the world properly around themselves. Okay, the ancients who wished to bring order to the world first governed well their own states. Okay, recognizing that even China is not the entire world, the entire universe. First, you have to get a good government going in China. within your own state, or in a period like the Warring States, where there were many states, in your own particular locality. Okay? Wishing to do that, they first ordered their family. They first got their family to be properly organized and run. Wishing to do that, they first undertook to rectify themselves, to cultivate themselves. Wishing to do that, they first tried to get their consciousness straight, to get their awareness clear. In order to do that, they wanted to extend their knowledge. And in order to do that, they engaged in the investigation of things. And this concept of the investigation of things, Ge-wu, that we referred to earlier, this is the pivot in Jushi's thinking. This is the point around which his whole system is going to turn. Because the great learning then goes on and says, when things are investigated, knowledge will be extended. When knowledge is extended, then your thinking becomes clear. When your thinking becomes clear, then you can rectify yourself. You can clarify yourself. You can cultivate your own moral qualities. When your moral qualities are cultivated, you'll be able to order your family. When your family is in proper order, you'll be able to govern your state well. When you govern your state well, you'll be able to bring order to the world. So there's a sequence here. There's a sort of what sometimes is called a chain logic embedded in the great learning that moves from the sages of antiquity wishing to order the world and therefore having well-governed states and properly ordered families and well-cultivated individual personalities which were based upon clear thinking, the extension of knowledge derived from the investigation of things. There's a whole sequence there that brings us down to the investigation of things. And the investigation of things, if that's done right, when things are investigated, then knowledge is extended, thinking is clarified, self can be cultivated, family ordered, state governed, world brought to order. That sequence is the program. That's what the learning of the way is all about. That is the concern for Jushi of the gentleman. That's what he should be undertaking. That's what he should be seeking to accomplish. Now, the way that it's written, the way that it's stated, it sounds in some ways as though it's a sort of a step-by-step program. First you do this, then you do that, and then you do this. But Jushi, in his discussions of this, and we have very extensive records of this, his students took careful notes when he lectured and when he answered questions, and these have been assembled over the years into many, many volumes of the sayings, the teachings of Jushi. And he makes it quite clear in those that he thinks that all of these phenomena, all of these activities actually need to be undertaken at the same time. You can't, in other words, you can't just say, well, okay, I'm going to concentrate on the investigation of things so that I can clarify my thinking. I'm not going to worry today about my family and the government and the world. I'm just going to concentrate on this because this is what I have to do first. After I get this right, then I'll worry about those other things. Jushi says, no, you can't do that. You can't separate one of these activities out from the others. It's true that they're based upon one another, but you must pursue them all simultaneously. And you must pursue them all the time. Okay? The gentleman is always engaged in trying to order the world. The gentleman is always engaged in trying to ensure that his family is running properly. He's always engaged in his own self-cultivation. Confucius, in one of his writings, talks about how the gentleman is cautious even when alone. And for Jushi, this is a very important concept because it means that it's not just a matter of sort of public affairs or public performance. This is something which you undertake and you pursue even just by yourself, even if you're not serving in office, even if you're not involved in public affairs at a particular time, you still continue the process of self-cultivation, of learning and development. The path that this takes is a process of moral development and moral clarification, which, again, as I've said, for Jushi is largely the undertaking of the gentleman. Now, there's nothing in the Great Learning, there's nothing in the teachings of Confucius that specifically restricts this activity to one particular group within society. Indeed, at the end of the Great Learning, there's a sentence, there's a phrase that says, for everyone, from the son of heaven down to an ordinary farmer, this should be the way. Okay, this should be their concern. The implications of this are that moral self-cultivation is a responsibility that all individuals in society have. Whether they are gentlemen, whether they are members of the elite, or farmers, or artisans, or even merchants. Everyone should be concerned with their moral self-cultivation. The implications of this are not drawn out. They're not really emphasized by Jushi. As we'll see in some later lectures, when we get down to the Ming Dynasty, there are later thinkers who draw out some fairly radical implications from these ideas. But even in the thinking of Jushi, we can see to some extent, perhaps, an influence from the changes that are taking place in his social and economic context. The idea of a sort of individual moral responsibility, even if it's on the part only of the gentleman, corresponds in some ways to the emergence of a more market-oriented economic system, a system in which individuals participate in exchanges, in which there might be, we might almost say, a kind of marketplace of ideas. And in that marketplace of ideas, the individual will advocate his moral understanding, his insights, his sense of what's true and right. Jushi's system is not a top-down system. It's not one that seeks to impose a truth from above. It's one which challenges each individual to cultivate himself morally and to bring out his own moral understanding. Now, this sense of the investigation of things, the basic activities that Jushi thinks are important, is grounded, as we've talked about before, in the importance of the concept of Li. The importance of the concept of Li, the pursuit of, the seeking out of natural patterns and deriving principles from them. Well, in a sense, everything shares in Li. Everything shares in natural patterns. Why is it that some people are better than others? This is a question that if there's a necessity for moral self-cultivation, why is that? Why aren't people good in and of themselves? And this brings in a concept that also is very important for Jushi, and also is part of his, again, of sort of his cosmological orientation. And this is a concept that's called Qi. Li and Qi are very closely linked in Jushi's thinking. Indeed, he says that these are two concepts that you can't really separate. And Qi, you often hear Qi referred to, particularly in the West, as a sort of energy system in the body. People who do Tai Chi exercises and all that, it's a flow of energy within the body. And that's certainly the case. But for Jushi, for the cosmological thinkers more generally, Qi is the stuff that constitutes material reality, constitutes the phenomena of the world around us. If Li is the pattern of things, Qi is what gives substantive existence to things. Okay? Now, Qi possesses a particular quality. And the terminology here can get a little funny, but we can think of Qi as being relatively clear or as being relatively muddy or murky. Okay? The process of self-cultivation, what Jushi emphasizes in the Great Learning, is a process of the clarification of your qi. Okay? The clearer that your qi is, the more fully, the more directly Li, natural pattern, natural principle, will be manifested. To the degree that qi is murky or muddy or cloudy, you can think of it in various ways, to that degree, Li will be obscured. Okay? So the cultivation, the individual process of moral self-cultivation is a process of clarification. It's a process of being able to more directly manifest Li. And when you're manifesting Li, basically what you're doing, the way that you're being is to be in harmony with the Tao. Okay? And so it takes us again back to this concept of the learning of the way, of Dao Shui, of seeking to behave, seeking to conduct yourself in a way that is in harmony with natural pattern, natural principle. Okay. Juxi's ideas, as I said at the beginning, are characterized in the West. When we talk about them in the West, we often refer to them as Neo-Confucianism. Neo-Confucianism is not a term, it's not a way of thinking about these ideas, which traditionally was found in Chinese writing, in the way that the Chinese thought about it themselves. I've mentioned several times that in Chinese, this thought system is called Dao Shui, the learning of the way. It's not an insignificant distinction because it reflects a basic sort of difference in cultural perspective between the West and China. We like things that are neo. We like things that are new, that are creative, that are innovative. But in Chinese culture, particularly in Chinese intellectual culture, you don't want to be an innovator. You don't want to be somebody who comes up with a new idea. You want instead to be someone who is returning to a correct interpretation of the past. And that's exactly the way that Juxi presents his ideas. There's excellent authority for this, which comes directly from Confucius himself. In the Analects, when Confucius talks about his own ideas, he says of himself, "I merely transmit, I add nothing." His argument is that, you may recall that the problem facing China during the Warring States period, the source of the problems, was the breakdown of the proper order of the early Zhou, the failure to observe proper ritual, the usurpation of the terminology of royalty by local strongmen. What Confucius advocates is a return to the rights, a return to the proper order of the past. Now, in practice, it's possible to look at Confucius's thinking as very creative, as very innovative, as positing a new order, a new way of organizing society. And it's possible to look at the ideas of Juxi as being a radical departure. Certainly, it's a break with the way Confucianism had been understood, had been articulated, perhaps for the previous 1,000 years or more. The very literary-oriented, the sense of moral values deriving from human experience, all of this. Juxi rejects that, but he doesn't do so in a way that says, and now here's my new way of thinking about this. He does it by emphasizing his return to the past. He appeals to antiquity for the authority of his ideas. Even later on, when we get to the Ming and we see more radical interpretations of these ideas, those too will be articulated as a return to the proper order of the past. Well, these ideas that are put together by Juxi, the metaphysics, if you will, the emphasis on cosmological thinking, on the pursuit of an insight into natural order, natural patterns, but also the emphasis on sort of individual moral agency. These become characteristic of intellectual culture, of political culture in the later imperial era. I suggested that in some ways they're bound up with other changes, social and economic changes taking place in the Southern Song. All of those changes, the rise of Neo-Confucianism, the changes in the commercial economy, social developments, all of these things are dramatically disrupted in the course of the 13th century by the rise of the Mongols. and we'll take that story up in the next lecture. While the Song dynasty was flourishing in China, in the southern part of China, and the northern part of China was controlled by the Jurchen people and their Jin dynasty, a new power began to arise out in the steppes, which would not only lead to the disappearance of both the Jin and Song dynasties, but would spread itself in a dramatic era of conquest over most of the Eurasian landmass. The greatest conquerors in history up till this point, and perhaps ever, the Mongols, appear on the stage at the end of the 12th and beginning of the 13th century. And in this lecture, I want to talk about the rise of the Mongols and the period of their great expansion in the course of the early 13th century. And then we will take up the story of Mongol rule in China, the Yuan dynasty, in the next lecture. The rise of the Mongols was, in many ways, the achievement of one very, very exceptional individual, a man named Temujin, known much more commonly in history as Genghis Khan, or more correctly in Mongolian as Chinggis Khan. Temujin was born in the 1160s. The exact year of his date isn't known. There's disagreement among scholars as to exactly when he was born. But he was a young man late in the 12th century. He was the son of a minor tribal chieftain amongst the Mongols. This was an era in which Mongols lived a fairly scattered, decentralized lifestyle. They were nomadic, or at least semi-nomadic pastoralists. They raised sheep and goats, and most notably horses, moving from summer to winter pastures in the great grasslands of Inner Asia, north and northwest of China. Mongol peoples had lived out in this area for centuries, and had throughout that time pursued essentially a decentralized, fairly low-intensity sort of political culture. Leadership amongst the Mongols was organized on the basis of family affiliations, clan groups, tribal groupings, but they seldom came together as a coherent force. Temujin changes all of that, at least for a while. When Temujin was a young man, his father was murdered. His father was killed as part of a feud amongst different Mongol leaders. And indeed, Temujin and his mother and his siblings were forced to flee to a remote location out in Mongolia. And of course, it's already a fairly remote part of the world. So they went to a fairly harsh setting in the hills by a small lake, and hid out for a number of years to simply raise their herds and pursue their livelihood. But as Temujin became a young man, he conceived a desire to avenge his father, and beyond that, an ambition to unite the Mongol people, and indeed to perhaps even achieve greater things than that. He, in the 1180s and into the 1190s, began to pursue these dreams, these ambitions, first by leading his family back into the mainstream of Mongol society, although in the course of doing so, he began to demonstrate his ruthless side, murdering his elder brothers so that he would be the senior male member of the family. When he was 16, he claimed a bride, a woman named Berthe, who had been promised to him in an agreement between his father and her father when he was just an infant. Now, returning from his period of exile, Temujin claims his bride, and fortunately for him, his claim was honored. And indeed, not only did he receive his bride, but his father-in-law gave him a sable cloak, which was a very, very valuable item and became a symbol of Temujin's status and emerging power. He then used family connections through his in-laws and through his father's relatives, and largely his own courage and personal charisma to build up a following. He formed alliances with certain tribal leaders, and he began to establish a reputation as a strong and dynamic fighter and leader. This was helped out quite a bit at one point when his wife, Berthe, was kidnapped. This was not an unusual thing. Mongol groups raided one another from time to time and carried off each other's sheep and sometimes women. And what Temujin does is to launch a raid to reclaim his wife, which he does successfully. And this action brings him great glory as a fighter, as a warrior, and helps to further cement his status. In 1190, he's named as a Khan. Khan in the Mongol system is a leader, one of the leaders of the different tribal groups. There were many other emerging leaders, some established leaders, other young men like Temujin rising up at this time in the normal sort of course of affairs amongst the Mongols. In particular, there was another young man named Jamuka, who was also pursuing his ambitions of rising to be a great leader. Over the next 10 years, Temujin and Jamuka and other Mongol warriors sometimes collaborated and cooperated, sometimes fought with one another. But Temujin manages to continue to succeed, to continue to build his alliances, to continue to absorb the forces of defeated rivals. And by 1200, he is in a position to begin a campaign to really try to unify all the Mongol tribes, all the different groups of Mongol peoples. But this generates a sort of counter-reaction, a sense of fear and anxiety on the part of other leaders who don't want to see one individual emerge as greater than all the others. A classic feature of Mongol political culture was that no individual emerged to be dominant over everybody else. When one individual started to stand out, others would ally against him to sort of cut him back down to size, or indeed perhaps eliminate him altogether. And when Temujin begins to make a push to really claim supreme leadership for himself, this triggers a counter-reaction. Over the next few years, there's a series of conflicts, a series of confrontations, which come to a head in the year 1204, when there's a great battle, and Temujin is defeated. He is deserted by many of his allies, and in this fight, his forces are defeated, are beaten. His hopes at this point seem to be crushed, but he did not accept defeat. Instead, he withdrew from the scene of the battle and rode off with his followers, only a few thousand followers now, where his enemies had tens of thousands of horsemen supporting them. But he understood that what would follow in the wake of this great victory on the part of his enemies was a great celebration. They would get together, they would make a big encampment, and they would drink fermented mare's milk until they were all drunk. And so what Temujin did was to ride away, wait 3 days until he knew that they had been celebrating wildly, and then brought his small force back, rode into the camp, and managed to destroy the leaders of his enemies. So taking advantage of their drunkenness, their disorganization, their false sense of security in victory, he was able to turn defeat to his own advantage and destroy those who had sought to destroy him. Over the next 2 years, he consolidates his power, and in 1206, he convenes what's called a Kurultai. The Kurultai is the great tribal assembly of the Mongols. All the different groups come together at a particular location. It's not a regular event. It doesn't happen on some sort of established cycle. It only happens when a leader emerges who is powerful enough to call the tribes together. And that's exactly what Temujin does. And it is at the Kurultai in 1206 that he is elected to be Chinggis Khan, or Genghis Khan more commonly. And the term literally means oceanic leader. That is to say, the ocean, which of course was quite remote from the consciousness, the direct experience of the Mongols, but the ocean was seen as this vast, all-encompassing space that contained everything else. So the Chinggis Khan was the Khan of Khans, the king of kings, the leader of everyone, of all others. So when Temujin is able to acquire this title, it represents the culmination of his ambitions to become the leader of the Mongols. Having achieved this, however, he is confronted with a significant situation, and that is that much of the leadership of the Mongols was based upon the ability to distribute goods which were seized in raiding. The Mongols had their pastoral economy, but they also engaged in a lot of raiding activity of their neighbors in particular, and of one another as well. The kidnapping of Burte that we mentioned earlier is just an example of this kind of constant acquisition of wealth, of loot, through raiding each other or their neighbors. Well, having unified the Mongols, Temujin brings the internal conflicts, the raids of one group of Mongols on another, to an end. This is not going to happen anymore. And yet, to continue to be able to reward his followers, he has to have a new source of booty, a new source of loot. And so this is sort of the immediate material basis for the launching of the great Mongol conquests. Their domestic economy, their internal organization is based upon these kinds of raids. And so if you're not going to fight amongst yourselves, you have to fight with someone else. And what they begin to do within just a year or two after the Kurultai is to prepare great attacks on the wealthy states, which are their immediate neighbors. The first one which they turn their attention to is a state called the Shisha. And the Shisha is it's a state located in far northwest China today, what would be northwest China today, near the northern loop of the Yellow River. It is a state that was founded by elements of the Khitan people after the Liao state had been destroyed by the Jin. Some of the Khitan people fled to the west. They established the Shisha state, and it's a fairly prosperous, wealthy, settled community, certainly in contrast to the pastoral lifestyle of the Mongols. So they turn their attention first to the Shisha, and then they begin launching fairly large-scale raids against the Jin state, the Jurchen state in northern China, which, by virtue of controlling the agricultural wealth of the North China Plain, is a very enticing target. As time goes on, and we move now into the second decade of the 13th century, the 12 teens, the Mongols begin to turn their attention to the west, out to the very, very wealthy city-states along the Silk Road, along the inter-Asian trade routes. These are towns built at oases in the deserts and the arid highlands of Central Asia. They have grown incredibly wealthy over the years on the trade that passes back and forth between East Asia, Central Asia, South Asia, Persia, the Mediterranean area. And they are very, very attractive targets for the Mongols. So raiding their immediate neighbors and then going further afield to start attacking the caravan cities of Central Asia, this is how the Mongol conquests get started. Now, the key to the great age of conquest that the Mongols carry out, I suppose there are basically two elements to this. First is cavalry. First is their ponies. The Mongols had raised ponies out in the grasslands, the steppes of Central Asia, for hundreds of years by this time. And the ponies that they had were particularly hardy, particularly strong and tough and resilient animals. And the Mongols themselves were incredibly accomplished horsemen. They were able to cover great distances. They could stay in the saddle sometimes as long as 4 days. When they rode on these sort of forced marches, forced rides, covering vast distances in very, very short periods of time, they would simply stay in the saddle. They supported themselves, they fed themselves by making cuts, little incisions in the necks of their ponies, leaning down and literally drinking the blood from their horses as they rode. Apparently, the ponies were bred in a way that this was they could bear this, they could stand this, and so the Mongols were amazingly mobile. And what this gave them was a very strong capacity to inflict surprise. They could show up outside of a city, outside of an encampment, completely unexpected. Normally, if an army was on the move, scouts and spies would alert you, and it would take days for them to arrive. The Mongols often showed up overnight. A day before, they would have been a long distance away. They ride like the wind and show up outside your city, and when the sun comes up, you find yourself besieged. So their ability to move rapidly, to ride these ponies, was one very important aspect of their military success. The other was their ruthlessness. When they besieged a city, when they encountered an enemy, they basically made them an offer that they could either surrender or they could die. If they surrendered, they would be defeated. Their soldiers would be incorporated into the Mongol armies. Their wealth would be carried off. Their women would be carried off, and many of the men in the city would be killed. But if they resisted, then basically everybody would be killed, and they'd still take all the wealth. So the choice was a very stark one. Neither option was particularly attractive, but one was certain devastation, and the other was perhaps only partial devastation. And the Mongols were quite ruthless about enforcing these kinds of ultimatums. So they conquered place after place, city after city. They absorbed larger and larger armies of their defeated enemies into their own ranks. They developed a very highly refined system of military organization. They organized their groups on a sort of decimal system. And so it was very easy for them to expand their forces. They simply created new units, mixing Mongol soldiers with new arrivals. Usually the Mongols became the officers. And they were able to grow their military forces in a way that simply constantly expanded their power. They took these armies very, very far afield. They moved into Central Asia. They continued their pressure on the Jin state back in North China. They moved down into Persia. They reached an interesting accommodation with Tibet. They did not militarily conquer Tibet, but they won the submission of the Tibetan leaders, who were at this point mostly Buddhist monastic leaders. And indeed, many of the Mongols adopted Tibetan Buddhism as their personal religion. So there was an interesting accommodation that took place there. It's one of the few instances where the Mongols didn't simply ride in as conquerors. But they pushed on down into Persia. They began to push north and west into Russia. In 1227, after they'd been pursuing these conquests for 2 decades, Temujin died. He was bringing his forces back towards Mongolia. He knew he was ill and was not going to survive much longer, and had wanted to return to his homeland. but he dies in Central Asia before he's able to get all the way back to Mongolia. When he died, it became necessary for the Mongol armies all over to return to Mongolia. A new Kurultai had to be held, and a new leader needed to be put in place if they were going to continue the kind of unity and expansion which they had been pursuing. Now, it took a while for everybody to get back. Temujin dies in 1227. It's not until 1229, 2 years later, that it's possible for a new Khan to be elected. And this is Temujin's son, Ugedei. Now, Ugedei becomes Khan in 1229 and lives until 1241. He presides over a second great age of conquest. It's under his leadership that Mongol armies finally destroy the Jin state in North China in 1234, begin to inflict losses on the southern Sung, begin to seize territory in the western part of the southern Sung, begin to put pressure on Korea to extend Mongol power onto the Korean peninsula. And further west, it's during his reign that the Mongols further extend their conquests in Persia and in southern Russia. After his death in 1241, there's a period of political uncertainty. It takes almost a decade for the next phase of political leadership to emerge. It is at that point, actually, that Europe sort of gets lucky, because the Mongols had pushed through Russia, had pushed into Eastern Europe, and were in fact besieging the city of Vienna when word arrived that it was time to go back for yet another Kurultai, for yet another effort to select a new leader. And quite suddenly, quite rapidly, the Mongols retreated, pulled back from their conquests. Had they, of course, managed to seize Vienna, the way to Central Europe would have been open. It's unclear how history might have developed had the Mongol conquests gone further. But they didn't. They went back. There's a long period of internal political conflict. And eventually, the Mongol conquest empire winds up being divided among four of Temujin's grandsons. Batu Khan takes over Russia and the Ukraine. His territory is called the Khanate of the Golden Horde, and it is his descendants, the successors of the Mongols in this area, who we find in later European history as the Cossacks. Another grandson called Hulagu. Hulagu controls Persia. His descendants come to be known as the Ilkhan. And the Ilkhan convert to Islam. Islam was already the religion of this part of the world, of the Middle East at this time, of course. And the Ilkhan Mongols convert, take on the language and culture of Islam, and sort of settle in as a new conquest elite in the territory of what had been Persia. A little bit later, under the name of the Mughals, which is sort of a corruption of the term Mongols, some of Hulagu's descendants invade India and establish there the Mughal dynasty, which flourishes in the 16th century and which survives all the way down until 1857. The last Mughal emperor is removed by the British in 1857. So the legacy of Mongol conquest, particularly in South Asia, continues to be quite influential long after the Great Age of Expansion comes to an end. In Central Asia, the third territory, the third division of the empire, is the Khanate of Chagatai. Chagatai presides from Samarkand, and one of his descendants will become Tamerlane, who was a great conqueror, a great warrior in the 15th century, who almost rode in and conquered China but died in the course of that military campaign, died of illness. And finally, in China itself, Kublai becomes the Khan, becomes the ruler of the territories conquered by the Mongols in East Asia. This includes, not at the beginning of his reign, but in the course of his reign, all of southern China. The southern Song dynasty is finally swept away by 1279. It includes Korea, and Kublai will preside over a couple of abortive attempts to invade and conquer Japan. This age of conquest of the Mongols was really unprecedented. They brought together territories that had never been controlled by a single power. And it created an age, it created a period where several very unprecedented conditions came to be. It became safe, for example, to travel from the Eastern Mediterranean all the way to the Pacific under the protection of the Mongols. While they controlled the trade routes, while they controlled the Silk Road, all the way from China to its termini in the Middle East, travelers could go back and forth along there in greater security than at any previous time in history. There was much more communication, much more interaction amongst different parts of Asia and Eastern Europe and the Middle East than there had been in previous ages, while Mongol control lasted, even after the conquest territories were divided up amongst the four grandsons of Temujin. Now, there's an interesting sidebar to all this that takes place in the area of the Ilkhanate, in the area controlled by Hulagu and his successors. When the Mongols arrive in Persia, when the Mongols arrive in the Middle East, it is, of course, the middle of the 13th century. And in the middle of the 13th century, the situation in the Middle East was that the Crusades were underway. Armies from Western Europe, what in the local history come to be called the Franks, had come into the area beginning at the very start of the 12th century. The first crusade proclaimed around 1095. And by the middle of the 13th century, they had succeeded in establishing some small states, the Crusader states, Kingdom of Jerusalem, Principality of Antioch, and were engaged in an ongoing conflict with Islam, with the Muslim states of the Middle East. Now, there were stories in Europe, legends in Europe, of a great Christian community out in Central Asia, ruled by a figure called Prester John. Prester John was believed to be a Christian king who had a fabulous empire, which was inaccessible because of the interposition of Islam between the realm of Christendom in the West and Prester John's lands in Central Asia. When the Mongols arrived on the scene, some in the West, some in the crusading area, thought that perhaps they were the armies of Prester John. And there was a hope for a great alliance between the Christian forces of Western Europe and the Mongols for the defeat of Islam. And it's not as preposterous as it seems, because in fact there was a Central Asian variant of Christianity, something called Nestorian Christianity, which derived from a figure at the much earlier Persian court, a man named Nestor, who taught a sort of form of Gnostic Christianity, which had spread out into Central Asia. And indeed, some of the Mongol leaders were themselves Nestorian Christians. Kublai Khan's wife was a Nestorian Christian. So there were Christians in positions of some influence within the leadership of the Mongols. Nonetheless, the hope for a Mongol-Christian alliance to free the Middle East from Islamic control was an ephemeral one. It broke down very quickly when it became evident that the Mongols were interested in conquest and not in cooperation with the Christian forces. The great age of conquest by the Mongols comes to an end by about the 1250s or 1260s, and they settle in then to the rule of the various territories of the four Khanates. In our next lecture, we'll take up the story of Mongol rule in China under Kublai Khan and his successors. The great age of conquest for the Mongols was over by the middle of the 13th century. The empire that they had built, stretching across Eurasia from Persia and Russia to the Pacific coast, was broken up in the middle of the century and divided amongst the descendants of Temujin, or Genghis Khan. And that gives us the chance now to bring our story back to a major focus on China. We'll let the rest of the Mongol Empire go off on its various courses, and we'll be concerned now with Mongol rule in China, and in particular with the institutions of the Yuan dynasty. The Mongols come to power over all of China, of course, through a process of conquest. And the man who presides over that is very famous of the Mongols, Kublai Khan, one of the grandsons of Temujin, one of the grandsons of Genghis. Now, the Khanate, the area that he comes to control, eventually will include all of China, the Mongol ancestral homeland out in the grasslands, Korea, and he attempts to extend his rule and control even beyond that. The core of the territory that he inherits, that he takes over in 1260, which is when he becomes the great Khan of this area, was the old northern half of China that had been the Jin state, the dynasty established by the Jurchen people. And that had been taken by the Mongols back in 1234. Mongol conquest of Korea was ongoing through this period, isn't really consolidated until sometime in the late 1260s or early 1270s. Even before Kublai comes to the throne, there's a debate amongst the Mongols as to what to do with their newly conquered territories, what to do in particular with the former Jin state in North China. And there's a fascinating and rather macabre proposal to basically clear the land in North China. The North China Plain that we've talked about in a number of contexts is, of course, this vast agricultural area, very smooth, very easy to get around in. And some of the Mongols thought that this would make excellent pasture land for the Mongol ponies, which were such a central part of their culture and their military style. But fortunately, a former official of the Jin state, a man named Yelu Chutsai, was able to convince them that it would be more profitable in the long run to maintain North China as a zone of farming and keep the Chinese population in place as a source of taxation rather than try to convert this all into pasture land. Well, Kublai, when he became Great Khan in 1260, decided to devote himself to first consolidating his own power, but then to extending that power over all of Chinese territory. The southern half of China at this time, of course, was still in the hands of the Song dynasty, what we call the Southern Song dynasty. And Kublai set about a prolonged campaign of conquest to take over that territory. This was not an easy undertaking for the Mongols because the geography of South China, as we've talked about before, very hilly, broken up into hills and valleys, a population dispersed in pockets, not just spread out quite so evenly the way it was in the north, and also a much wetter environment in the south, many more rivers and lakes. This was a set of conditions which the Mongols were not really used to dealing with. And so they had to adapt their usual methods of warfare to deal with this, to deal both with the geographic situation and with the relatively dense population of South China. They pursued a couple of strategies in doing this. For one thing, they brought in troops from other parts of the Mongol Empire, particularly from Persia, who had experience in urban warfare, both in siege warfare and in combat in cities, in densely populated areas, to help out with operations. And they also learned to fight on the rivers and waterways of South China, and for the first time really began to develop a naval component to their military operations. There were in particular some very important campaigns along the Yangtze River and in the great area of lakes in the central Yangtze, in what is today Hunan and Hubei provinces, Jiangxi province. And some great naval battles on these lakes take place in the course of the 1260s and early 1270s. Eventually, the Mongols succeed in driving the Song emperor out of Hangzhou, his capital, in the late 1270s, and by 1279, the last claimant to the Song throne is done away with, and the Song dynasty comes to an end. So from that point on, once again, China is unified, although under an alien ruler. And even before this, in 1272, Kublai had proclaimed the establishment of a new dynasty, and his adoption of a dynastic model, and he gives a dynasty a name. He calls it the Yuan dynasty. Yuan means long-lasting or far-reaching. This reflects his desire to start to adapt his rule, adapt Mongol domination to the realities of administering the vast Chinese empire. This was consistent with Mongol practice in other parts of their conquered territories as well. In Persia, Mongol conquerors eventually adopted Islam. In other parts of the domains of conquest, they fitted themselves in. They found ways to rule which were less alien, which were designed to be more effective in dealing with local conditions. The Mongols set up a capital. Kublai establishes his capital on the same site where the present-day capital of China, Beijing, is located. He built a city which in Chinese was just called Great Capital, and the Chinese for that is Dadu, and Dadu was the capital of the Mongol period. But not all of the Mongols were happy with this. Some Mongols, some of the noblemen amongst the Mongol leadership, mistrusted the idea of settling down to rule over so vast and sedentary an empire as that of China. And a proportion of Mongols actually break off in the 1260s or so and go back over the mountains out into the grasslands and resume their traditional lifestyle, which actually proves to be very fortuitous in the future, because when the Mongol dynasty comes to an end, there's still a viable Mongol society functioning out in Central Asia, out on the grasslands, to which the defeated rulers of China are able to withdraw. But that gets a little ahead of our story for right now. Now, the Yuan dynasty, when it comes to power, when Kublai establishes this as his administrative system for China, faces some very significant challenges. Most particularly is the question of how to administer the Chinese state. China at this time has perhaps 100 million people. There are certainly no more than perhaps 1 million Mongols, and of course they're spread not only over China, but the other territories that have been conquered. And so the idea of administering this vast empire with a relatively small elite of conquerors is quite a challenge. They also had there were particular tensions between the Mongol conquerors and the traditional elite of China, the literati. The literati had led a very stiff resistance to the Mongol conquest, particularly in the Sung territories. It had taken over 20 years of military campaigning to subdue the Chinese, to bring southern China under Mongol control. And this had led to a lot of resentment and hostility on the part of the conquerors towards the local elites who had mobilized and organized this resistance. There's also a cultural barrier here, which of course reflects the fact that the Mongols, who were largely illiterate, many of them didn't even read Mongol, which had its own script, a very distinctive writing system, very different from that of China. They couldn't read classical Chinese. They didn't understand the very highly convoluted discourse of the literati. They couldn't understand. They couldn't figure out exactly what the literati were up to, and so that furthered their distrust. That deepened their distrust. They didn't think that the literati were going to be reliable, and so they had to come up with mechanisms that allowed the Mongols to sort of keep the literati under control. They couldn't completely do away with them. They couldn't administer China without some access to local societies, without some access to the existing institutional mechanisms of administration. But they were unwilling to simply employ the literati as their local agents. And they came up with a very creative solution, a very interesting solution to this, which was to import educated people, people with administrative ability, people with perhaps administrative experience and demonstrated competence from other parts of their conquered territories. And these individuals come to be known by a very interesting term. The Chinese called them the Semu Ren. Semu means colored eyes, and Ren means people. So these are the people with colored eyes. And this reflects the fact that they were non-Chinese. In particular, there were Russians, there were Circassians, there were people from Persia, Tajiks, and other people like that, who had light-colored hair, blue eyes perhaps, or other colored eyes, or even just lighter brown eyes, but looking sufficiently different from the Chinese for this to be a notable, a remarkable physical feature. So the Semu-Ren were these people who were brought into China from outside, and they were then placed in administrative positions alongside literati officials. They, as I said before, they couldn't completely do away with the literati, but they didn't feel that they could trust them to administer things by themselves. So by putting the Semu-Ren alongside them, they had a sort of check system. Now, of course, the Semu-Ren themselves didn't speak Chinese, couldn't read necessarily the Chinese documents, and certainly would not have spoken the local dialects in particular localities around China. So they still had to work through the literati as kind of intermediaries. But the idea was to control the literati, to keep them out of policy-making or decision-making positions so that they would minimize the influence that they could have, to basically employ the literati almost as clerical workers, simply as agents of imperial policy, rather than in their traditional role as those who would shape and formulate that policy. Now, the literati in this context found themselves in a very difficult situation. They, of course, thought of themselves, their whole sense of identity was that they were the ruling elite. Particularly from the 11th century on, all through the Song dynasty, the literati, because of their participation in the Confucian examination system, the educational culture that went along with that, had developed a sense of self, a sense of mission, of purpose, however you want to think of it, which was that it was their duty, their obligation, and also their right and privilege to order the world, to be the ones who ran the affairs of state, who ran the affairs of the empire. Now they were marginalized to a significant extent, excluded from the top positions of influence and power in the government, and even when they were employed by the Mongols in administrative positions, they were restrained. They had these alien overlords placed alongside them to ensure that they were kept under control. Excuse me. And what this results in is that many literati gentlemen began to direct their attention, their activities, their energies, into other kinds of activities. They didn't certainly abandon their concern with government and politics and philosophy and all that, but they took up other kinds of other avenues of expression. And this is not necessarily something that's entirely new. There were gentlemen, literati gentlemen, who had been certainly poets and painters and artists of one kind or another for a long time, as we've already talked about, particularly for the Sung. But in the Mongol period, these forms of expression, both in art and literature, became imbued with a particular consciousness of their sort of troubled position. We see, for example, in painting, the flourishing of a whole genre of painting that uses symbols of perseverance and endurance. Symbols like rocks and bamboo and flowering plum trees that bloom when the snow is still on the ground. These kinds of images were meant to reflect and to express the position of the gentleman in a time of adversity, just as the rock endures, just as the bamboo can bend in the breeze and then bounce back. The gentleman endures under the stressful conditions of alien occupation. So these were acts of cultural communication sort of amongst the elite, among the literati gentlemen, using symbols which they would all understand, but which might not be immediately comprehensible to the Mongol conquerors. They would just see a painting of a rock and some bamboo, and they wouldn't necessarily understand the cultural allusions that were embedded in that. Perhaps more significantly, in a political sort of sense, literary gentlemen during the Mongol period began to write plays, began to produce popular dramas, which were performed in theaters located all over the empire, but perhaps most notably right in the capital at Dadu itself. And these were historical dramas. They drew on legends from the past, historical accounts of ancient times, perhaps the Han Dynasty. This was a very popular time for setting these sorts of dramas. And they often told stories that had to do with resistance to arbitrary authority, or with maintaining the purity of Han culture in the face of various kinds of alien barbarian pollution. These are often set in the context, again, for the Han Dynasty, of the Xiongnu, the Inner Asian non-Chinese people who had always been on the northwest frontier of the Han. But of course, they were meant to be allegories about the Mongol conquerors. And here again, the cultural and linguistic barriers between the conquerors and the conquered came into play. Because while these dramas were fairly straightforward, a Chinese audience certainly would see them as sort of political allegories. By virtue of setting them in the ancient past and using fairly elaborate classical language, the Mongol censors didn't catch many of these. And so the growth of popular theater was a very political phenomenon that fueled and maintained the resentment of the Chinese to their conquerors. Well, talking about the Semuren and talking about the ways in which the Mongols sought to administer China once they had conquered it, brings us to a sort of sidebar, a very interesting episode, which many of us in the West have certainly heard of. And this is the story of Marco Polo. Marco Polo is himself a Semuren. He is a non-Chinese who winds up under the reign of Kublai, coming to China from outside and serving as a political official. He was Venetian, of course, and traveled to China. He leaves Venice in 1272 and travels overland through the Middle East and Central Asia, arriving finally at the Mongol court, and travels with his father and his uncle. His father and uncle had made a previous journey to China, and this, of course, reminds us of the stable conditions which the Mongol conquests had established. It was possible for merchants, for travelers like the Polos and others, to go from the Mediterranean world all the way to the Pacific coast in relative safety without having to be overly anxious about their security. As traders, to take along money and to transport goods back to the European realm. Polo stays in China for nearly 20 years. And when he arrives along with his father and uncle and is presented at the Mongol court, makes quite an impression. He was a fairly young man at that time and caught the eye of the emperor, of Kublai, and was offered employment within the Mongol administration, which he accepted and served in a number of capacities. Most notably, he was appointed after its fall, he was appointed governor of the former capital of the Southern Song Dynasty at Hangzhou, and served there for a couple of years, as well as in a variety of other appointments in China. He also was sent on a couple of sort of diplomatic expeditions for the Mongols, including, most notably, escorting some Mongol princesses who were being sent as brides to local rulers in India. The Mongols had a very far-reaching sort of diplomatic sphere, and they were very concerned with areas of activity beyond China, beyond East Asia, beyond the Himalayas. They certainly weren't about to try to launch military conquests in India, but they did seek to have diplomatic relations there. And these brides were sent off as part of that process. Eventually, in the 1290s, Marco Polo makes his way back to Europe. And of course, when he returns, he has a very problematic career after his return to Europe. He's captured by Genoa, the great trading rival of his home city of Venice, and is held in prison there for a while. And it's while he is in prison that he dictates his book about his travels. Even after he is released from prison and makes his way back to his home city, he has some further problems because people wouldn't believe the things that he reported that he had seen in China. He talks about the great cities, the fabulous wealth, just the grandeur, the glory of the Chinese Empire. And of course, for Venetians, this was a very difficult message for them to accept. Venice was a very proud city and was very sure that it was the wealthiest, the most civilized, the most sophisticated place in the world. And to have Marco Polo come back and write his story and tell his story of the things that he had seen, this was very problematic. His book comes to be known as The Millions, and this was not a reference to millions of ducats or something in terms of wealth, but the millions of lies which he was alleged to have told. Nonetheless, Marco Polo's book was not rejected by everyone, and indeed by those who had perhaps a more serious geographic knowledge. It became a very, very important source of information. We know, for example, that Christopher Columbus, who was, of course, himself from Genoa, Venice's great rival, owned a copy of Polo's book, that he had annotated it fairly extensively himself, and that it was part of his library that he had assembled and consulted in preparing for his own voyages of exploration. He, too, was very interested in the riches and glories of China. Of course, he never gets there, but that's another set of stories. Well, Kublai reigns until 1296. In 1296, he finally passes from the scene, and with him, in some ways, the great age of the Mongols starts to come to a close. Elsewhere, others carry on more dynamic traditions. In Persia, the descendants of the Mongols, first known as the Ilkhan, and later as the Mughals, will move on and eventually invade and conquer northern India. In Russia, descendants of the Mongols begin to integrate themselves further into local society, and eventually the Cossacks are one of the legacies from Mongol conquest there. Tamerlane, the last of the great Mongol descendants in Central Asia, will rise to power and glory at the end of the 14th and beginning of the 15th century. But no one really takes the Mongols back onto the great road of conquest, which they had done so well at the beginning of the 13th century. In China, after Kublai's death, there is a succession of not very dynamic emperors. The Mongols remain in power for another 8 decades in China, but they never really get back on track. They never really have the kind of power that rulers like Kublai had.
And this gives rise to a couple of sort of developmental trends within the Mongol state, which ultimately contribute to its downfall. On the one hand, power, even at the imperial court, once again falls increasingly into the hands of Chinese officials, of members of the literati. They are theoretically employed solely as advisors, and yet after Kublai's death, they come to have greater and greater influence in the councils of state. This is not simply a phenomenon at the capital, although it's significant that it takes place even at so high a level. All across the empire, by the end of the 13th and beginning of the 14th century, the literati are sort of making a comeback. They are finding ways to sort of shoulder aside the samuren, to shake off, to overcome the systems of control and restraint which the Mongols have put in place to keep them in their place, to keep them in a subordinate position. This is perhaps most clearly shown in the year 1313. At that point, the Mongols decide to reinstate the imperial examination system. Now, the examination system, as we've talked about before, was the central mechanism of recruitment for people to serve in government, but even more importantly, it's sort of the central cultural mechanism for the literati elite. The process of studying, of preparing to take the exams, of sitting for the exams on the entry level, sort of local level, and then hopefully for those who were successful, rising higher through the examination system and entering on their official careers. This was the focal point of literati life. When the Mongols had conquered China, particularly the southern Song, they had simply suspended the examinations. They didn't hold them. The last examinations under the southern Song were held right around 1270. And since then, they had simply not been used. When the Mongols decide in 1313 that they're going to reinstate the examinations, this is a tremendous concession to the literati, and it really marks a moment of transition. The Mongols at this point sort of abandon the initiative, and it really falls back into the hands of the Chinese elite. Now, what happens from there on is that, sort of two spheres of problems, two spheres of conflict develop. On the one hand, amongst the Mongol nobility, there are great conflicts of personality. When we talked about the rise of the Mongols, one of the challenges, one of the problems that Temujin faced when he first began to try to build up his power and establish his dominance and leadership over the Mongols was a tradition within Mongol political culture that if someone began to stand out, if someone began to rise up in a special way, others would sort of unite in order to bring him down. And this had the tendency over time, in the normal sort of functioning of the Mongol political system, to prevent strong leaders from emerging. Temujin had managed to overcome that. His descendants for several generations had managed to be very dynamic leaders. But now, when Kublai is gone, when several generations of less significant, less dynamic emperors have come to the throne, now this aspect of Mongol political culture starts to reassert itself. And when one Mongol leader or noble, not necessarily an emperor or even a prince, but someone within the leading ranks of the Mongol inner circle, begins to be more powerful, more effective, more competent, others sort of come together and undermine his position, undermine his effectiveness. And that renders the Mongols more or less neutral as a significant political force. At the same time, the literati, although they have come back into positions of influence, tend to fall into factional conflict with one another. They don't have the kind of power base that would be necessary if they really wanted to function as the ruling class, because they still are under Mongol domination. And so they wind up sort of breaking up into different little cliques, loyal to one or another Mongol leader, or loyal to one or another outstanding member of the literati elite. But they too are divided and factionalized. And these two sets of sort of conflicting in-groups, the Mongol nobles and the factionalized literati, paralyze the Mongol state in many ways. They render it unable to respond to a series of both natural and human challenges that arise as we get to the middle of the 14th century. And those challenges and the inability of the Mongol state to deal with them result eventually in the collapse of the Yuan dynasty. A new dynasty rises up, and we'll turn our attention to that process in the next lecture. The Mongol dynasty, the Yuan dynasty, which ruled China from the middle of the 13th through the middle of the 14th century, was fraught with internal divisions and problems as it moved into the middle decades of the 14th century. And that was when a series of circumstances arose that really led pretty directly to its collapse and replacement by a new dynasty with a restored Chinese ruling elite. As we talked about last time, the Mongol government, the imperial court, was paralyzed in many ways by conflicts both within the Mongol nobility and amongst different factions of the literati officials who had returned to greater influence at court but hadn't really been able to translate that into effective government because they were so internally factionalized and divided. Those very human political circumstances meant that the government of the Yuan dynasty was not very effective, not very efficient, and as we will see, was incapable of really responding to a fairly serious and challenging set of circumstances. What these were stemmed from basically a great plague that struck central China, particularly the valley of the Yangtze River, in the 1340s, late in the 1340s. It appears, as best we can tell, that this was a plague outbreak related to the Great Black Death that sweeps Europe at roughly the same time. They may have had a common point of origin, perhaps in India, and made their way both west and east along various trade routes. One way or another, the mortality that the plague brings to central China was intense, and in some instances, in some communities, perhaps as much as 50% of the population may have died. That, of course, is bad enough in and of itself, but it led to a variety of other problems because when the population of certain areas, particularly along the great rivers, dropped off, there were insufficient revenues and insufficient labor resources to maintain things like the river dikes, and that led to breakdowns in control of the river, flooding, which in turn generated further disease, further devastation, in a sort of downward spiral of circumstances that led to the deaths of many millions of people. Because of the political conflicts at the court and because of circumstances in local society, neither the Mongol state nor the local elites mounted an effective response to these conditions. They didn't go out and organize relief efforts. They didn't try to provide medical assistance. They didn't put, say, the army in place and use them to restore or maintain the river control system. But instead, there was very little response. There was very little effective effort on the part of higher authority to deal with these circumstances. And year after year, the situation in central China continued to deteriorate. The local elites, who in many instances we would expect to be the ones who would step into the gap and take up many of these quasi-governmental or even governmental functions, did not do so. They were afraid. They were apparently quite terrified of the disease and of insecurity, and they tended to turn inward to hoard what resources they had and to protect themselves. This meant that there was really no one on the ground in a sort of official or even semi-official capacity that was addressing the concerns at hand. As a result of this, popular movements rose up. Groups of peasants sometimes with relatively effective local leadership, began to organize themselves to seize the resources that they needed to basically become bandits and rebels. And these spread throughout, particularly the central and lower Yangtze River Valley. The only group, the only sort of institutional force in this period that played much of a positive role at all were the Buddhist monasteries. And it is in their capacity as institutions that could provide some relief, could provide shelter or food, in some instances medical care, that we encounter the individual who will prove to be the main protagonist of the story of the transition from the Mongols to the Ming Dynasty. And this is a gentleman that we know as Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu, the family name, Yuanzhang, his given name. Now, Zhu Yuanzhang was himself an orphan. His parents had died in the disasters of the mid-century. He himself had suffered from smallpox, but had managed to survive that, although his face was heavily marked by the disease. And as a young man, he had lived basically as an itinerant, not exactly a Buddhist monk, but going from monastery to monastery, relying upon the services which were available there. The monasteries had rules about how long you could stay to protect themselves from simply being overwhelmed by the needy. But Zhu Yuanzhang would go from one place to another, and eventually became drawn into some of these mystical peasant movements that were growing up along the course of the Yangtze, as local people simply had to find ways to organize themselves to survive. And of course, this put them in a status of rebellion or outlawry in relation to the official regime. Now, Zhu Yuanzhang becomes involved with one of these groups, known as the Red Turbans, and his military skills and his sort of native intelligence made him very effective, and he rises fairly quickly to a position of significant influence within the leadership of the movement. Indeed, by the early 1360s, he's able to take over the movement, and when he does so, he begins to subtly reposition it and himself, moving away a little bit from the more millenarian aspects of the movement, the idea of a sort of apocalyptic upheaval which was going to transform the world by bringing compassionate spiritual beings in and casting down the mighty and raising up the lowly and all this. A very standard sort of motif in Chinese popular mysticism. But Zhu Yuanzhang, when he becomes leader, conceives the ambition, and we don't know how early on he had this ambition, but certainly by the early 1360s he begins to act on it, of not simply presiding over a mystic movement of peasants, but of trying to found a new dynasty, to overthrow the reign of the Mongols, and to create a new order, a new state, with himself at the head. In 1368, he formally proclaims this new dynasty, to which he gives the name Ming. Ming means bright. The character is a combination of the sun and the moon, so it's all the brightness you could want. And this is to manifest his leadership, his brilliance, as he presides over the establishment of his new order. He launches a military campaign, takes his armies, which have now consolidated his rule, his dominance in the Yangtze River Valley, and marches north towards the Mongol capital at Dadu. But there is no great apocalyptic confrontation. The Mongols, perhaps weary of the political infighting and the disasters which have plagued their rule in recent decades, basically abandon the city and retreat across the mountains out to the grasslands. And Zhu Yuanzhang is able to seize Dadu and to take control of North China. He decides to return south and establishes his capital at the site of the modern-day city of Nanjing on the Yangtze River, in the area that he had first controlled when he he rose to prominence. But he leaves one of his sons, Judi, in command of the former Mongol capital to maintain it as a defensive post against the possible return of the Mongols. Well, Zhu Yuanzhang, from his new capital in Nanjing, of course, he has to pursue the further consolidation of his authority over China, and there are a series of military campaigns about this. But his principal task now is to set about creating the institutions of a new dynasty, and a Confucian state is the model that he adopts. It's basically the only successful model to hand, and he sets about putting in place the proper bureaucracy and bringing into that bureaucracy the right people to run it. And of course, this means relying on the literati once again. He reinstates the Confucian examination system. He holds examinations in 1370, just 2 years after the founding of the dynasty. But he immediately suspends them. He doesn't trust the literati, and in some ways, he's in some ways comparable here to what we had seen with the Mongols when they established their power. He doesn't trust the literati. He thinks that they didn't behave very well during the crises of the late 1340s and 1350s as members of the local elites. He also, being not very well educated himself, is mistrustful of them, of their literary sophistication, their obscure language, their difficult writing system. And so there's a troubled relationship. He recognizes the necessity of relying upon them. He's not trying to rule China without the literati, but he wants to keep them as firmly under his control as possible. So he gives the examinations a try in 1370, but then suspends them for a decade because he doesn't like the outcome. He doesn't feel comfortable with the successful examination candidates. In 1380, he reinstates the examinations, and indeed they run from 1380 pretty much without interruption until 1905. So that's the last significant challenge to the examination system. But he still mistrusts the literary gentlemen, the products of the examination system. Indeed, in the same year that he brings the examinations back, he becomes suspicious of his chief minister, a man named Hu Weiyong, and he comes to believe that Hu is plotting against him, and he purges Hu Weiyong, has him executed, and is far from satisfied with that, and goes on to execute or have executed everyone who worked with Hu Weiyong, all the members of his family, out to several degrees of relation, members of the families of people who worked for him. Thousands of people wind up being killed in this great purge in 1380. This proves to be the beginning of a pattern with Zhu Yuanzhang. He, from time to time, during the remaining years of his rule, has these episodes where he becomes convinced that someone is plotting against him and launches these very, very bloody purges to eradicate his enemies. Now, of course, it doesn't take long for members of the official bureaucracy to start to worry that they may be the potential next victims. And of course, once they start talking amongst themselves about, gee, what do you think's going on with the emperor? How can we protect ourselves? This can begin to look to the emperor like some sort of conspiracy. And so, it kind of becomes a cycle that feeds upon itself. And these purges recur several times. Tens of thousands of people wind up being killed in the course of these political upheavals. In some ways, almost a more serious consequence of these events is that when Zhu Yuanzhang orders the head of his chief minister to be cut off in 1380, he also cuts off the institutional head of government. He abolishes the office of chief minister and takes the administrative functions which had belonged to the chief minister into his own hands. Now, when you have an emperor like Zhu Yuanzhang, who's a very, very active, very hands-on kind of ruler, who spent perhaps 16 to 20 hours a day administering, being the emperor, sleeping very little, reading or having read to him large volumes of documents and commenting on them, making lots of decisions himself, this may be all right, abolishing the position of chief minister, taking these functions into his own hands. That's okay if you have someone who's so deeply engaged with administration. But as we'll see, that becomes problematic later in the dynasty when we have emperors who are not so dynamic, not so competent, not so deeply engaged and involved in the day-to-day management of political affairs. Well, Zhu Yuanzhang reigns until 1398. He is emperor known as the Hongwu Emperor from 1368 to 1398. When he dies in 1398, one can imagine that there must have been quite the collective sigh of relief from his Confucian officials. He was succeeded by one of his grandsons, a man named Zhu Yunwen. And this grandson was the eldest son of Zhu Yuanzhang's eldest son. And in the normal line of succession, the emperor's eldest son would become the next emperor. When Zhu Yuanzhang died, his eldest son had already predeceased him. And so he had to make a decision about the succession. And what he chose to do was to pass the throne to the eldest son of his eldest son. This, however, was resented by some of the brothers of some of Zhu Yuanzhang's other sons, some of the brothers of the man who had already died. And in particular, it was resented by Zhu Di. Zhu Di was the fourth son of Zhu Yuanzhang, but by this time, by the end of the 1390s, he was the oldest of the surviving sons, and he basically felt that he should have become the emperor. He also began quite quickly to view his nephew as betraying the heritage of Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang, as we've talked about, had this extremely problematic relationship with the Confucian officials, with the literati, and he tended to keep them on a very, very short leash, to sort of terrorize them from time to time with these purges, and generally to have basically an antagonistic relationship with them. He had to have them, he needed them, but he never was comfortable with them. Zhu Yunwen, the new emperor, had grown up in the palace, had grown up surrounded by Confucian officials, had been educated in the Confucian classics, was a highly literate young man, and very different from his grandfather, had never been a military campaigner, and was basically just a very different kind of individual. He signaled his views, his sort of cultural orientation in the name that he chose for the period of time that he was on the throne, what we call a reign title. Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming, had selected the reign title Hongwu, which means vast martial virtue, and was emphasized his position as a warrior and hero. Zhu Yunwen adopts the title of Zhenwen, and Zhenwen means to nourish the cultural, to nourish the literary. Okay, so he was signaling through this and through his other actions that he was going to have a much closer working relationship with the literati officials. Far from mistrusting them, he really relied upon them. Indeed, in some ways, he thought of himself as one of them. He identified with the same sorts of values and ideals that the Confucian officials did. Well, Zhu Di, looking at this, saw his nephew as not seeking a more viable relationship with his officials, but as betraying, undermining the political culture which had been put in place by the founding emperor. And so he began to maneuver to take the throne for himself. And particularly between 1400 and 1402, he carried out a series of political and military actions which were designed to put the pressure on his nephew. In 1402, he led his military forces to the south attacked the capital at Nanjing and seized the throne. When he did so, he proclaimed himself emperor. He becomes the third emperor of the Ming Dynasty, although in the official historiography for over 150 years, his nephew's reign was simply erased, and he presented himself as the second emperor, as if he had simply taken over directly from his father. Eventually, the Zhenwen emperor is put back in the official history, but that takes place quite a while later. Now, Zhu Di faced some problems when he seized the throne because he was not the legitimate emperor. He was a usurper. And he first had to deal with the fact that many of the Confucian officials would not recognize his usurpation, his seizure of power. In particular, a man named Fang Xiaoru defied him in open court when the emperor ordered Fang to write an edict proclaiming that he, Zhu Di, was the legitimate emperor. Fang Xiaoru refused to do so, and he was rather brutally executed along with other officials who refused to accept Zhu Di's seizure of power. Nonetheless, although he had been critical of his nephew, and although he intended to restore the proper line of succession as he saw it, and to respect and honor Zhu Yuanzhang as the founding emperor, in practice, Zhu Di was much more friendly, I suppose you could say. He had a much better relationship with the Confucian officials than his father had. He does not return after the executions associated with his seizure of power. He does not return to a pattern of these sort of periodic purges of attacking the officials from time to time, and instead he begins to cultivate a much more positive relationship with his officials once, of course, they have accepted the legitimacy of his position. In particular, he becomes involved with building up the power of one institution within the central government, and this is what's called the Grand Secretariat. The Grand Secretariat technically was simply a document processing office. Edicts that were going to be issued, proclamations that were going to be made, reports coming in from officials in the provinces or from the government ministries in the capital, memorials, requests for funds, things like that. All this paperwork passed through the Grand Secretariat. What Zhu Di does is to imbue the Grand Secretariat with a consultative function. He gives it. He gives the officials who are the leaders of the Grand Secretariat, in particular, the role of counselors, of advisors to him as the emperor, and this begins to make the Grand Secretariat into really the most important policy-making, policy-formulating body within the imperial government. The other great legacy that Zhu Di leaves is the city of Beijing, the capital of the Ming Dynasty from 1420 on, and the capital of China today is this great city built at the northern end of the North China Plain. He takes over this site at the time of the overthrow of the Mongols. He's made prince of this particular location and has already lived there most of his adult life. And when he is emperor, he decides to move the imperial capital from Nanjing to Beijing. And indeed, the names of these cities today stem from his actions in the 14 teens. Nanjing means southern capital. Beijing means northern capital. And so he moves from the southern capital to the northern capital, although he keeps Nanjing as a secondary center, a subsidiary political center as well. He moves 100,000 families of carpenters and artisans of various kinds up to the north so that they can build a great capital. The palaces that are at the heart of the imperial city that still stand in central Beijing today date from this time. He moves the sort of center of the city a little bit south. The old Mongol city was a little bit further north than the present-day center of Beijing, but basically builds on the site of the Mongol capital and makes this his administrative center, and it remains the capital except for a brief period in the first half of the 20th century, from 1420 on down to today. Now, under Zhu Di, who reigns, by the way, I should mention his reign title too, because often the Ming emperors are referred to both ways. He's known as the Yongle Emperor. Yongle means eternal happiness or eternal joy, or sometimes everlasting happiness, something like that. Under his reign, China embarks upon a very unusual undertaking. And I want to just take a few minutes to talk about this because it's a subject that is often of great interest and has recently come in for some popular attention in books and articles. And these are a series of voyages. Great fleet is built, and beginning about 1405 and running down indeed even after the death of Zhu Di in 1424. These voyages continue for another decade. A series of 7 of these great exploratory voyages are sent out by China to Southeast Asia, to the Indian Ocean, to the east coast of Africa, to the Persian Gulf. They are commanded by a man named Zheng He, and Zheng He is a eunuch, probably a Muslim. He comes from a part of the southeast China coast where many Muslim trading families had lived for generations, if not centuries. And he is placed in command of these great expeditions. Hundreds of ships were involved, and the largest of these ships were several times the size of the vessels that Columbus commanded when he sailed across the Atlantic about 70 years later. And the Ming voyages, as they're called, or the voyages of Zheng He, as they're sometimes referred to, went all over what for the Chinese in many ways was the known world. There are records of these ships coming to ports all over Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean. Monuments that were erected by the Chinese when they traveled and made these port calls are still in place in many areas. Chinese trade goods, which had preceded the great voyages. Chinese maritime traders had been traveling over these same routes for centuries. What's unique about Zheng He's voyages is that they were official. They were launched by the Chinese government, not by private traders. And Chinese trade goods are found all over this region as well, including on the east coast of Africa. These voyages, there's been a lot of debate within the ranks of Chinese historians, both at the time and since, about why they were launched, and then, of course, about why they were stopped. Some people argue that they were launched because Zhu Di wanted to find his nephew when he occupied Nanjing in 1402 and the imperial palace was burned. The body of the genuine emperor was never located, and there were rumors that he had escaped and was living in Southeast Asia and might return to claim the throne someday. And so some people speculate that the voyages were launched to seek him out. It seems rather a massive undertaking for such an objective. More likely is simply the desire of Zhu Yuanzhang to demonstrate his power, to show the glory of China, and perhaps to demonstrate the legitimacy of his rule by showing the flag, by exploring officially, sending representatives to many of the countries, many of the places that regularly traded with China. The end of the expeditions, I think, is actually a lot more easy to understand than why they were launched in the first place. The voyages were discontinued after 1435. As we'll see in the next lecture, by this time there's a significant reorientation within the imperial state, within the sort of political culture of China. and a return to more traditional strategic concerns, which were largely directed not towards the sea, not towards the maritime world beyond China's coast, but to the inner Asian frontiers, where Chinese had perceived strategic threats originating for thousands of years already. By that time, new emperors, younger emperors were on the throne. The Grand Secretariat was even more powerful than it had been under Zhu Di, and China was moving into a new era of internal expansion and development. We'll pick up the story of the Middle Ming and the growth of the economy and the elaboration of social and cultural life in the next lecture. The Ming Dynasty, which had been founded in chaos and rebellion at the latter part of the 14th century, and had gone through some fairly tumultuous times in the reigns of the first emperors, stabilizes by the middle of the 15th century. And indeed, the Ming then embarks upon a prolonged period of peace and prosperity, and domestic economic expansion, which makes it one of the golden ages in Chinese history. It's a period that even today is looked back upon by many Chinese as one of the finer eras in their past. After the reign of the Yongle Emperor, Zhu Di, the dynamism of the monarchy seems to fade a bit. The great strengths and charisma of the founding emperor and of Zhu Di himself give way to a succession of emperors, several of whom are fairly nondescript. There are some good emperors later on in the Ming, but in the immediate wake of Zhu Di's passing in 1424, there are several emperors who don't contribute much to leadership. He was immediately succeeded by his son, Zhu Gaozhi, who reigned for less than a year in 1425. The next emperor, Zhu Jianji, held the throne from 1426 to 1435, but didn't prove to be a very dynamic ruler. And he then is succeeded by Zhu Qizhen, who was only 8 years old when he comes to the throne in 1435. In this period, in the wake of the disappearance of strong leadership on the part of the emperor, not surprisingly, it is the Grand Secretariat which emerges as the principal political force in China, the kind of central office of the imperial government. And indeed, during this period, there are three remarkable individuals who served in the Grand Secretariat, who came to be themselves the leading political figures of their time. There were other Grand Secretaries during this period. These aren't the only three individuals in the Grand Secretariat, but they stand out in part, I suppose, because they all shared the same surname. They were all named Yang, and the Chinese refer to them collectively as the three Yangs, the San Yang in Chinese. Yang Shiqi was, in addition to being a Grand Secretary and one of the leading political figures of the day, was one of the most prominent literary authorities of his time as well. He sort of dominates the writing scene at this time. The other two, Yang Rong and Yang Pu, were Grand Secretaries who had come into office under Zhu Di, and they continued, along with Yang Shiqi, to guide the affairs of state for a decade and a half after Zhu Di's death. Through the rest of the 1420s, the 1430s, into the early 1440s, these three men and the other leaders in the Grand Secretariat were the most powerful figures, powerful officials, Confucian officials, in the Chinese state. However, during this period, another source of power, another group of power holders, in a sense, comes to prominence and begins to give to the Ming Dynasty, to the Ming state, a somewhat unusual quality. And these were eunuchs. Now, eunuchs had been part of the palace scene as long as we know in Chinese history. If you go all the way back to the very earliest texts, to some of the classical works like the Book of Songs, there are references to eunuchs in these. There are references to the organization of the eunuchs in the palace in the early ritual texts referring to the Zhou dynasty. So we know that eunuchs had been around for a very, very long time in China. And they played a particular role within the sort of cosmological order of the imperial system. Because within the palace, the emperor represented the creative force of Yang, and the imperial women, his harem, were a kind of reservoir of yin, the feminine receptive force. In the imperial palace, the desire was that there be no yang, no male creative force that wasn't the emperor. And so to staff the palace, to have individuals there who could perform the menial tasks of maintenance and cleaning and things like that, it had become the practice to employ castrated males, eunuchs. This, of course, also meant that they were unlikely to meddle with the imperial succession by fostering illegitimate children or anything like that. In the Han Dynasty, in the Tang Dynasty, eunuchs within the palace had been able to parlay their position, their special access to the imperial family, into exceptional power. And both of those dynasties in their final stages had seen great conflicts, purges of eunuchs, massacres of eunuchs. In the Ming Dynasty, this process gets off to a rather different start and takes on a much greater dimension than in previous instances. Zhu Yuandong, the founding emperor, had excluded eunuchs. He had known enough of history and the precedents of the past that he put up a proclamation saying that eunuchs were not to be allowed access to government documents. They were not allowed, in fact, to be taught to read, and anyone who violated this would be subject to severe punishment. But Zhu Di, when he was conspiring and preparing to seize power, had used eunuchs from his princely palace as emissaries and as secret agents as he prepared to launch his attack on his nephew at Nanjing. Even after seizing the throne, Zhu Di continued to employ eunuchs as his personal agents, perhaps carrying on to some extent his father's mistrust of the literati, even while building up the power of the Grand Secretariat. Zhu Di wanted to have individuals in his employ who were completely dependent upon him. The literati, of course, had their own power base. They were landowners for the most part. They had the examination system. They had a sort of separate identity, which kept them more or less autonomous within the political system. They were dependent upon the emperor. They were appointed by the emperor, and yet they were not completely the emperor's creatures. The eunuchs, on the other hand, were entirely dependent upon their imperial masters. Zhu Di gave eunuchs not only these sorts of secret missions, but allowed them to become involved in the handling of documents, the transmission of information within the palace. And indeed, right at the end of his reign, he set the stage for the founding of what comes to be known as the Inner Palace School, which was an academy within the imperial grounds for the training of eunuchs so that they could help with the documentary processes of government. This was a direct contravention of Zhu Yuandong's wishes, but Zhu Di seems not to have been overly troubled by that. So the mature Ming state, as we see it from, say, the 1530s on, includes a sort of balance that has to be maintained between the power of the eunuchs in the inner palace and the power of the Confucian officials in the outer court and in the empire at large. Late in the dynasty, certain emperors begin to actually send eunuch commissioners out from the palace to oversee various kinds of economic actions, to conduct sort of secret police functions, the emperors come to use the eunuchs as almost as surrogates for imperial power, while the Confucian officials maintain the regular bureaucracy and have to find ways to deal with the power that eunuchs have gained. So it creates a special kind of a challenge, a special set of political circumstances that we need to bear in mind when we look at Ming history. Eunuchs, given the power that they came to have, given the wealth that some of them came to have, sought to legitimize themselves, sought to make themselves less offensive, less problematic. As mutilated individuals, they were felt to be unfilial. They hadn't maintained the bodies they had received from their parents. They certainly weren't going to be carrying on their ancestral lineage. And this was seen as very ritually bad by the Confucian officials. To overcome that, to sort of legitimize themselves in public eyes, many powerful eunuchs in the Ming became patrons of art, patrons of Buddhism, founded monasteries, things like that. Well, the state, the Ming state, by the middle of the 15th century, has kind of settled into a routine of governance, the literati in their traditional role, certainly the role that they felt rightfully belonged to them, of running the imperial bureaucracy, maintaining the examination system, dominating the cultural life of the empire. The eunuchs, very powerful within the palace, but still functioning essentially in the interests of the monarchy, keeping the state going. While this goes on the political level, Ming society is embarking on a great age of expansion and development. And in part, this is facilitated by actions of the government itself. The Ming Dynasty possessed, from very early on, this was one of Zhu Yuanzhang's priorities when he came to the throne, a very well-developed system of internal communications, particularly for government. Part of Zhu Yuanzhang's obsession, if you will, with knowing everything that was going on, was to have information flow to him from all over the empire as efficiently as possible. And accordingly, he had built up a system of communications, of post roads, that extended all over the empire. There were postal stations every a few miles or so along these routes. Horses were maintained at the different stations. Lodgings were provided for couriers. It took perhaps as long as 5 weeks to get to the very southern extremities of the empire, but that was actually fairly rapid in terms of standards of communication and transportation in the world at that time. This system of official post roads, stations, communications became the core, the infrastructure for a much more expansive system that was used not by only official representatives, but by merchants and other kinds of travelers. Since these roads were already there, since there were there was an imperial presence at these post stations along the way, there were guards, the imperial army tended to be garrisoned along these routes, they were safe. And so travelers, merchants in particular, who wanted to be traveling with money or with goods, found it safe to travel along these same roadways. So the Ming official postal roads became the network of the trading system of the Ming Dynasty as well. That, in turn, contributed to further economic growth as services directed towards these commercial travelers began to spring up in conjunction with the official stations. There might be an official station where imperial couriers would stop and change their horses and eat and rest, and around those grew up hostels, taverns, inns, other kinds of services to be provided for private travelers, but in the same places, along the same roads, and under the same basically secure conditions. Merchants were also allowed to utilize certain government facilities, particularly the transport barges on the Grand Canal. The Grand Canal was used to ship grain, which was grown in southeastern China, north to the imperial capital. Beijing at this time was such a large city, it was unable to meet its grain needs from the immediate countryside around it, and so grain was shipped from the south to the north. When these barges traveled back south, or even on the northern journey, if they weren't full, they could be utilized by merchants to ship commercial goods. So there were a number of ways in which the official infrastructure of the Ming state contributed to and encouraged the growth of the domestic economy. We see in this period, from the beginning of the 15th century on through the 16th and even beyond, a revival and indeed a further intensification of the process of regional economic specialization that we talked about back in the Southern Song, where certain areas within China began to develop particular specialized kinds of production. The textile centers in the Jiangnan region, where cotton was grown and spun and woven, where silk was produced, the tea growing centers of Zhejiang and Hunan, the great imperial kilns at Jingdezhen in northern Jiangxi province returned to their very large scale operations. These kinds of centers of production meant that you had large population areas where they were producing things, either growing things or manufacturing things, which were then traded out into a national market and indeed beyond China into an international market. But those areas of specialized production also became areas of consumption because families which had formerly been subsistence farmers or self-sufficient farmers now were producing, say, cotton for the market or tea for the market, but weren't producing their own food. And so it became necessary to import food into these areas. And these exchanges, these long-distance exchanges, going often along these imperial routes of communication and transport, revived and intensified the commercialization, the growth of the Chinese commercial economy. That growth is reflected, the more complex kinds of economic operations that were attendant upon this kind of economic growth are reflected, for example, in the development of financial institutions, bills of trade, the circulation of paper money, which had been experimented with back in the Southern Song, is tried again in the Ming Dynasty. Certain sort of proto-banking institutions begin to develop. Interestingly, particularly in Shanxi province in the northwest, where financial instruments, paper financial instruments, not government money, but private commercial paper, begins to circulate and begins to be used during the Ming. While domestic growth is in many ways enhanced and facilitated by government action, the international situation is a little bit more complex. The Ming government, particularly after 1435, after the end of the voyages of exploration that had been commanded by the eunuch Zheng He, the official view of the Ming state is rather negative on international trade. When the dynasty had first been established, one of Zhu Yuanzhang's concerns had been for coastal security. There had been some resistance to the establishment of Ming rule on the southeast coast, and there's something called the Maritime Interdict, which is an effort to control trade, coastal trade is put in place. And this remains a concern through much of the Ming dynasty. It's not so much an effort, a real effort to totally eliminate trade as to regulate it very, very carefully. There are times when trade is banned completely, but for the most part, the government simply tries to regulate it very carefully. But that's very problematic because the impulse to trade is very strong. And what happens is when the state is clamping down on trade, trade goes into private hands and indeed into outlaw hands. And one of the chronic security issues in the Ming dynasty in the 15th and 16th century is piracy. People who are traveling on the sea and who are going from port to port and who are acquiring goods and acquiring wealth cannot do this legally, and so they wind up becoming pirates. And when they are resisted by coastal authorities, they wind up raiding instead of trading, and this becomes a chronic problem along the coast in the Ming, particularly during certain periods. Nonetheless, there is official trade or officially tolerated trade that continues throughout this period, and indeed, particularly with Japan, what gets established is what comes to be known as the tally trade, which isn't a trade in tallies, but it's the use of tallies of markers, which are sort of divided in half, so that the Japanese merchant has one half and the Chinese official has the other half. And when the merchant comes to port, you can match the halves together, and that proves that this is an authorized, a legally sanctioned exchange rather than a kind of piracy. And that served to facilitate trade with Japan. This was particularly important because Japan at this time had discovered rather significant deposits of silver, and silver mining was going on fairly significantly in Japan. And the flow of silver from Japan into China helped to facilitate the monetization of the Chinese economy, the increased use of money rather than barter in the Chinese domestic economy. That trend towards monetization and the encouragement to commercial growth that went along with it becomes even more significant when we get to the latter part of the 16th century. Of course, at this time, in the New World, the Spanish, who have been establishing their colonial empire in Central and South America, begin to mine a tremendous amount of silver themselves, both in Mexico and even more so down at Potosi in Bolivia and Peru. And this new supply of silver begins to flow into the global economy in the last third of the 16th century. In the 1570s, the Spanish acquire a trading post at Manila in the Philippines, and very, very quickly, the Chinese begin to trade extensively with the Spanish. So a large flow of silver coming out of Mexico, going across the Pacific to Manila, and then from Manila entering into China, gives even greater impetus to commercial growth and development in China. That process of commercialization, both in terms of the circulation of money and the increase in demand that for Chinese goods in the international market, becomes a second factor in China's growth at this time. Domestic growth, fueled by specialized production and circulation within the country, dovetails nicely with this growing involvement with global trade. Global trade beyond just Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean, but involving now the Europeans, either in Europe or in the New World, to a much greater extent. This economic growth that is taking place in China is matched by, is in some ways reflected in, the growth of the Chinese population. In 1380, near the beginning of the Ming Dynasty, there had been perhaps 155 million people living in China. By 1500, that figure had grown to around 230 million, and by the end of the Ming Dynasty, in the middle of the 17th century, it would rise to nearly 270 million people. So a very, very significant growth of the population in China during this time. And yet, although there was very large growth in population, standards of living rose throughout the Ming Dynasty because the economic expansion that was taking place was going on even more rapidly than population growth. So more goods were being produced. Technological improvements in agriculture resulted in higher food yields, and the growing engagement of China in the global market meant that wealth was flowing into the country as well. All this leads to significant expansion of wealth in the empire, and rising standards of living for many Chinese, not necessarily all, as we'll see, but for many Chinese in the course of the century. Nonetheless, it remains true that even the Middle Ming, what we sometimes call the Golden Age of the Ming, was not a period where China didn't face some serious challenges. It is a period of growth and expansion, a period of prosperity, a period for the most part of peace, and yet not without certain difficulties. In particular, the Mongols returned in a couple of instances and caused serious concerns on the northern frontier. In 1449, Mongol raids along the Great Wall near Beijing and a little bit further west than there had frightened the court, the officials, and at this time, the emperor, Zhu Qizhen, who had come to the throne back in 1435 as an 8-year-old boy, now is a young man and wants to demonstrate his maturity, his heroism. He is advised by one of his eunuchs, a man who had been his tutor when he was a young prince, and now, after the death of the three Yangs, new leaders within the Grand Secretariat are not as powerful or influential with the emperor, and the emperor, listening to his eunuch advisor, decides to launch an expedition to punish the Mongols and to lead it himself. This proves to be a disaster, and in September of 1449, after wandering around ineffectively beyond the Great Wall, the imperial entourage is attacked just before re-entering China proper, and the emperor is actually captured and held for ransom by the Mongols. So this incident, which has political repercussions that go on within China for several years thereafter, is the first case where the Mongols really are revived as a threat. A century later, in the late 1540s and the early 1550s, Mongol forces once again begin to raid across the Great Wall and indeed come within sight of the city walls of Beijing. And this puts the question of border security once again right at the top of the imperial agenda. Indeed, there are major factional conflicts, major political debates about how best to deal with the problem of the Mongols that run right through the late 1540s and 1550s and become very, very significant concerns at court. At the same time, the issue of these so-called pirate raids down on the southeast coast in the Jiangnan area also becomes a concern. In the 1550s, there's a real coincidence of these two threats: the threat from the Mongols on the northern frontier and the threat from the pirates on the southeast coast. Now, the pirates during this period, when you read the Chinese sources, they refer to them as Japanese pirates. This is the sort of standard term. In fact, although there certainly were Japanese sailors and captains amongst the forces that were along the coast, many of the so-called pirates, many of the so-called Japanese pirates, were in fact Chinese. Some of them were merchants, some of them were adventurers, some of them were simply outlaws, but many of them, if not most of them, were actually Chinese. These forces would raid, particularly in the Jiangnan area, the very wealthy area of textile production and commercial towns. There was a lot of wealth there. It was near the mouth of the Yangtze River, so it was easily accessible from the sea. And this became a major source of insecurity, and like the Mongol threat on the northern frontier, led to political debates and policy factionalization around the late 1540s and 1550s as well. Eventually, the Ming managed to put together a military force and a political initiative which suppresses piracy along the coast, and Fortunately, they then decided to relax some of their policies controlling trade along the coast and allowed more access to ports and more international trade to proceed. That worked out nicely in terms of the timing of the arrival of the Spanish and all their silver, so that this could become a more significant zone of activity in the second half of the 16th century. By the end of the 16th century, other problems began to emerge within the dynasty. Some of these were the result of the very success that the dynasty had had up to that point and the rapid growth that had been taking place in the economy. Other problems arose not so much from material issues, but from social and political stresses within the empire and related cultural and intellectual developments. And other challenges to the Ming began to arise from factors outside of China. We'll look at the confluence of these various concerns in the next lecture. Towards the end of the 16th century, the long era of the Middle Ming, a period of peace and prosperity and growth and development in China, begins to run into a variety of problems. The reign of the Wanli Emperor, Zhu Yijun, which begins in 1572 and runs down to 1620, is an era where a number of crises begin to affect China and deepen as time goes on. The reign gets off to a pretty good start. The Wanli Emperor actually was a pretty good emperor and had the potential to be a truly great emperor. As things actually worked out, he doesn't realize that potential, but the reign gets off to a good start, and there's a sense of kind of optimism to begin with. In particular, he has a very good advisor at the beginning of his reign, the first decade or so of his reign. A man named Zhang Zhuzhang, who is a grand secretary. By this time, the Ming has sort of informally evolved the practice of having one of the grand secretaries serve as sort of chief grand secretary. And that's the role that Zhang Zhuzhang steps into at the beginning of the Wanli era. What Zhang Zhuzhang wants to do is to strengthen the power of the central state. He wants to serve the emperor. He wants to allow the state to more effectively respond to its mission, its challenges in governing China and in addressing some of the stresses and problems and tensions that are building up within Chinese society. We can see Zhang Zhuzhang in some ways as a successor to one of the streams of thought within imperial statecraft that goes back to figures that we've seen before, such as Wang Anshi in the northern Song dynasty, or the great dynamic Emperor Wu all the way back in the Han. Zhang Zhuzhang sets out to reform the revenue system, the taxation system, and to restrain the excesses of both local officials and private wealthy families in local society. He wants to also reform the tax system in response to changes that are taking place in the Chinese economy with the growth of commercialization and the monetization of the economy. In other words, he's responding to some of the developments that have been taking place in the course of the Ming, and in particular to the flow of silver into the Chinese economy. He undertakes a series of reforms. He wants to carry out a survey across the empire to determine who owns land, how much land they own, what the quality of that land is, and what the proper evaluation and tax burden should be in association with that land. There hasn't been a comprehensive survey of the empire since 1393 at this point. And so Zhang Zhuzhang simply wants to bring the records of the revenue system, the knowledge of the central government into line with realities which will have changed significantly out there in the field, out in the provinces. To do this, he sends officials out to try to survey land, to try to go through the existing records, to try to determine ownership and use and things like that. He also undertakes a series of reforms designed to make the collection of taxes both easier and more efficient, to streamline it so that it's easier for people to pay their taxes, and to reform it in such a way that a greater proportion of taxes that are paid wind up in the imperial treasury. Okay? Now, the central aspect of his reforms, what come to be known as the single whip reforms, well, there are two basic aspects to it. One is timing, and the other is the way in which taxes were paid. Taxes had traditionally been paid in kind. In other words, not in money, but in grain or cloth. And these taxes were accordingly collected at times of the year when grain or cloth would be likely to be in good supply. Grain taxes tended to be collected in the fall after the harvest came in. Cloth taxes tended to be collected in the spring when the winter weaving season was completed. Okay, so this had been the practice from time immemorial. What Zhang Zhuzheng wants to do is to convert the payment of taxes from essentially a sort of barter transaction to a cash transaction, and have taxes be paid now in silver. And indeed, he does this, and this aspect of the single whip reforms is put into effect. He also consolidates the payment of various kinds of taxes, which had previously been assessed in terms of so much grain or so much cloth, into single lump sum payments in money. Okay, so it's a good system. It allows people to pay their taxes efficiently. If they're grain dealers, to sell grain and get money. If they're cloth merchants, to sell cloth and get money. If they're farmers, to sell whatever it is they're producing and get money. Everybody can use the common currency of exchange, which is silver, and the taxes are denominated in terms of silver. And so, in those parts of the empire where commercial development has been taking place, which is where large centers of wealth, of course, have come to be concentrated, this proves to be a very effective set of reforms. His efforts to survey the empire and to get a better sense of the taxes that people actually owe and who owns the land does not go as well as the monetary reforms. And this is because the wealthy families that own land don't really want the records to be accurate. It's not in their interest to have this survey take place. And of course, here we see, once again, the classic sort of contradictory situation of the literati elite. On the one hand, literati serve in the government. It is from the ranks of the literati that government officials are recruited through the examination system. And in their capacity as officials, in their capacity as servants of the monarchy, of course, they're part of the system that is out there trying to do this survey and trying to get a better understanding of the financial situation. But the literati are also the local elites. They tend to be the wealthy landowning families, and particularly in the wealthier parts of the empire, the Jiangnan area, the southeast coast, the Yangtze River Valley, there's a contradiction. In their capacity as private citizens, in their capacity as local elites, they want to resist the efforts of the state to extract more wealth from their land. And so they resist the efforts to conduct this survey. They sort of thwart and frustrate the officials who are sent out. And they are fairly effective at undermining Zhang Zhuzheng's ability to carry out this survey. And indeed, they resent his actions so much that as the decade of the 1570s goes on, Zhang Zhuzheng becomes politically suspect. He becomes the political enemy of large contingents within the ranks of the literati, even within the ranks of literati serving as officials. It's felt that he's going too far, that he's pushing an activist line for the state, where in fact the state should be a little more hands-off and allow the literati, the local elites, to manage affairs more directly themselves. Now, eventually, by the beginning of the 1580s, this will lead to Zhang Zhuzheng's downfall from power. At the same time, though, the effects of his monetary reforms, the effects of the single whip reforms in terms of paying taxes in silver instead of in kind, also become a little more complex. As I said, in those parts of the empire where commercial development has been taking place, this is a very effective reform. It's a popular reform. It's easier on the citizens who are paying taxes, and it results in better revenues for the government. But in other parts of the empire, areas where commercial growth has not been as extensive, areas where silver is not widely in circulation, the single whip reforms become a burden. And in fact, they make the situation worse for many people. Peasant farmers living in, say, the northwest or the far southwest, in Shanxi or Guizhou provinces, find themselves having to take their relatively meager crops and sell them for money so that they can pay their taxes. The problem with that is that in these areas, less silver is in circulation, more copper is in circulation. Copper coins, copper cash are in circulation. So they sell their grain for copper cash, which they then in turn have to convert into silver. And the exchange rate between silver and copper is very biased against copper. So you wind up spending more copper to get the silver you need to pay your taxes than you would if you were simply paying your taxes in grain or cloth, or even if you could just pay them in copper coins. So the single whip reforms have a negative impact on large parts of the empire away from the coastal areas and the Yangtze River Valley. And at first, this isn't particularly significant. When the reforms are first put into place, the flow of silver that's coming into the treasury looks so good that nobody really worries about it very much, and the situation takes a while to develop to the point where these tensions, the disparities between the more commercialized and the less commercialized part of the empire really begin to become a serious problem. By that time, Zhang Zhuzheng is long gone. He falls from power at the beginning of the 1580s, largely because of the resentment and resistance against him on the part of local elites who use influence within the imperial system to bring him down. That perhaps would have been simply a passing episode if circumstances had then not become even more problematic for the effectiveness of the government. And what comes into play now is a very complex sort of philosophical and cultural process. At the end of the 16th century, the government of the Ming Dynasty, the imperial state, goes into a kind of gridlock. It ceases to function effectively, not so much on the day-to-day level, but on the level of being able to respond to changing circumstances, to respond to newly arising problems. It continues to run along pretty well, just in terms of the everyday operations of government, the collecting of taxes, the paying of officials, the monitoring of local circumstances. But political debate, political discussion, the political process, if you will, grinds to more or less a halt because it becomes moralized. We get what we call a moralization of political discourse or of political rhetoric at the end of the 16th and beginning of the 17th century that makes it very difficult for the state to function effectively. The roots of this, the origins of this, are in the ideas of a man named Wang Yangming. Wang Yangming was a philosopher. He was a scholar. He was an official. He had a very successful government career. And he proves to be, in some ways, the last great Confucian philosopher in imperial times, where Zhu Xi had, back in the southern Song, brought together a lot of ideas and formulated them into the system that we sometimes call Neo-Confucianism, or the learning of the way. Wang Yangming now takes certain elements within that tradition of Confucianism and gives them somewhat different interpretations, emphasizes certain aspects of them, and this gives rise to philosophical developments which he may not actually have anticipated the way that they would play out fully, but which come by the end of the 16th century to cause significant problems. So let me unpack this a little bit and talk about what these ideas were and how they came to be somewhat problematic. The critical idea within Wang Yangming's thought was that everyone has within them what he calls an innate knowledge of the good. Okay, there's actually nothing new about this, in the sense that he doesn't make it up. It's not an idea that he introduces into Confucianism. It's an idea that has been there all along, but he takes it out, sort of moves it to center stage, and puts a particular emphasis on it. What the idea of the innate knowledge of the good means, and certain of his followers go much further than he did in drawing the implications of this out. What it means is that individuals have a responsibility for moral judgment. Okay? In Confucianism prior to this, the tendency had been for most people, the vast majority of people, to simply defer moral judgment to their superiors, to the elite, particularly to the literati. The literati as the bearers of the literary cultural tradition, as the educated elite, the people who were steeped in the Confucian classics, were looked to provide the leadership, the moral models for other people to follow. Wang Yangming's ideas suggest that individuals would find within themselves the source of moral responsibility, that they would have a personal conscience, that they would have a personal agency in acting in the world. And Wang Yangming placed an additional emphasis on the idea of the unity of knowledge and action. It wasn't enough to simply know what was good, to have an innate knowledge of the good. It was imperative that you act on the basis of that knowledge. And again, this is consistent with Confucian teaching over the previous 1,500 and more years. But in conjunction with his emphasis on the innate knowledge of the good being in everyone, this idea that it was necessary to act on that knowledge really has almost revolutionary implications. It comes to be seen in the context of the 16th century, in the context of all the many other changes taking place in China at this time, the growth of a commercial economy, many things that are similar to circumstances in early modern Europe. This comes to be seen as a sort of rise of Chinese individualism, a kind of individualist humanism, very similar to things taking place at the same time in European thought. Well, as the 16th century went on, Wang Yangming himself dies in 1529, but as his followers interpreted and developed his ideas, a variety of popular movements took place. People from non-literati backgrounds, merchants, even ordinary peasants, farmers, artisans, became involved in movements based upon or growing out of the ideas of Wang Yangming. Sometimes these defied the power of officials. Sometimes they set up utopian communal experiments, all based upon the idea that it was not necessary to defer to the power and authority of others, but rather to act on the basis of their own moral insights, their own moral knowledge. Not surprisingly, these ideas also gained a lot of currency amongst the educated elite. Most of Wang Yangming's followers were themselves members of the literati elite. These debates about morality, these discussions about individual moral responsibility and agency, penetrated the political culture of the Ming state. And by the end of the century, they began to permeate it in such a way that political debate, political discussion, became not a matter of seeking out a compromise position between two different policy orientations, which both were seen as essentially legitimate, but rather conflicts between good and evil. If I have an innate moral knowledge of the good, and my moral knowledge of the good tells me that this is the thing to do, and you say, oh no, that's not the thing to do, that's the thing to do over here, then it's not just that we have different views, but my view is good, so yours must be bad. And this moralization of politics means that rather than seeking compromise and pragmatism, everybody starts to seek the victory of their morally pure position and the defeat of their evil enemies. That kind of process doesn't work very well in terms of the day-to-day functions of a political administration. This becomes particularly problematic because disputes develop at the imperial court. The Wanli emperor, who had already been married and had an empress and a young son who was to be his heir when he came to the throne, as a young emperor acquires a new imperial favorite, has a son with her, he then wishes to have her be his empress, and that son replace the existing heir. The Confucian officials refuse to comply with this. They criticize the emperor on the grounds of their moral interpretation, but the emperor refuses to accept their criticisms, and a disconnect, a tension between the emperor and his officials begins to limit the effectiveness of the court. It begins to, the emperor withdraws from regular involvement with his officials. He removes himself from the day-to-day administration of the empire. This is why I say that although the Wanli emperor had many good qualities and capacities which might have made him a great emperor, the way that his reign develops, he disengages from policy, he disengages from administration, and that means that he's unable to really become the kind of great emperor that he might potentially have been. By the time we get to the beginning of the 17th century, we go into the early 1600s. The moralization of politics goes even further, and at this point we see, in particular, the emergence of something called the Donglin Academy. Donglin means Eastern Forest, and it's simply the name of a school in the Jiangnan area that serves as the center for a movement amongst young literati. Political parties, formal political organizations, these simply don't exist in the traditional political culture of China. All the way back in the Song dynasty, figures like Ouyang Shou had argued that perhaps political factions were okay. Perhaps the association of public-spirited gentlemen who shared political views was a good thing. But that had not been accepted, and factional organizations were banned. It was not acceptable to do this. Nonetheless, people who did share common ideas, common values, common aspirations within the literati elite did get together in various ways. Normally, they did this under the cover of what they called literary societies, poetry groups, gardening clubs. But they often got together and talked about politics and the issues of the day, and sometimes coordinated actions and activities in ways that sought to promote their views and a kind of political program. Well, the Donglin Academy goes one step further. It becomes, in some ways, the closest thing to an organized political movement that we see in China prior to the 20th century. The Donglin Academy had certainly a very clear set of shared values. the participants in the Donglin movement sought to help each other out politically, sought to advance essentially their common program within the institutional framework of the examination system and the imperial bureaucracy. Now, the way that this fits into this whole problem of moralization of discourse is that the Donglin party presented itself as the morally pure group. They were the clean politics guys. They criticized the existing the existing officials within the state as being morally corrupt. And the basis that they had for this criticism was that the emperor was still refusing to cooperate with those officials. The emperor was still insisting that he wanted to name the new empress, he wanted to name a new heir apparent. The officials, had they truly been upright moral individuals, would have been able to sway the emperor by the power of their moral examples. Since they hadn't been able to do that, that only proved how corrupt they were. And it was necessary, therefore, for people like the Donglin partisans to replace them so that they could bring correct moral leadership to the empire. Now, of course, it's easy to see this as simply an exercise in partisan politics. The Donglin group is the out group, the group that doesn't have political power, that doesn't have access to the highest offices, and they want to get that access. They want to replace the individuals who do have that power. The way to do that is not through a process of sort of political activity, as we would normally conceive of it, but is through a moral attack, a moral critique. We need to get them out of office, not because they're doing a bad job, but because they're bad people. Okay? When you reach that level of confrontation, when you put politics into that kind of moral framework, it becomes very difficult to find ways to reach practical arrangements to allow things to happen. Eventually, this culminates in the 1620s, after the end of the Wanli reign, in a great series of purges, of factional conflicts at court. Large groups of individuals are executed. Powerful eunuchs seize leading positions briefly, and the dynasty is deeply, deeply damaged. Ironically, in the end, when the Wanli emperor dies in 1620, the son whom he had wished to name as his heir has died already, predeceases the emperor, and the entire argument, the entire conflict proves to have been for naught. The death of the putative heir apparent means that in the end, it was the original heir, the son of the original empress, who succeeds the Wanli emperor in 1620. So all the factionalism, all the conflict, all the supposed moral problems at the court proved to have been for nothing in terms of a practical outcome. But the damage that they have done to the system by 1620 is so severe that once the Wanli emperor himself has gone from the scene, and we have again a series of relatively ineffective emperors in the mid-1620s, it allows this factional conflict to simply erupt in a way that costs many, many lives and further paralyzes the ability of the Ming state to act effectively. Well, the inability of the Ming government to do much other than turn in upon itself, to consume itself in factional, moralistic infighting at court, meant that problems in society and in the economy simply got worse and worse. No one, in a sense, was minding the shop. And so the discrepancy, the disparity between the prosperity of the coastal regions and the poverty of the interior, particularly the northwest and southwest, that situation simply got worse and worse. In particular, the burden of silver taxation began to depress the livelihood of farmers, particularly in the northwest, and this led to people defaulting on their taxes, people having assets seized, people losing their land, and a downward spiral of economic circumstances in that part of the empire that began to push people outside the bounds of lawful society. And we will see shortly that banditry and eventually rebellion grows out of the deteriorating economic situation in the Northwest. Even in the parts of the empire where commercial growth was proceeding, where wealth was expanding, further tensions, further contradictions were arising within Ming society. Merchants who were excluded from participation in the examination system and from meaningful influence in public affairs were now around in much greater numbers with much greater wealth, and they were clamoring for some more meaningful role within public life. They competed with traditional elites in various kinds of consumerism, in art, in clothing, in housing, in building up great libraries and things like that, and also in charitable actions. The gridlock that afflicts the Ming state from the late 16th century all through the first quarter of the 17th century finally means that as new forces begin to emerge outside China, particularly beyond the Great Wall in the Northeast, no one is effectively prepared to respond to them. The Manchu people who arise in the Northeast at this time will come to be the successors of the Ming. But for that story, we'll have to wait until the next lecture. We've been talking about the crises, the gridlock that had afflicted the Ming dynasty from the end of the 16th through the first few decades of the 17th century. Many of the factors that we've looked at in this were internal, were domestic, concerns about the political factionalism that was centered on the court and the imperial bureaucracy, problems in the economy, problems with the immiseration of peasants in parts of the country where tax burdens had been made heavier by the conversion to cash. But while all that was going on within the Ming system, outside of China, off in what is now northeastern China, but then was beyond the frontier, a new force was developing, which would come to be the successors to the Ming, would come to overthrow the last remnants of the Ming dynasty and conquer China in the middle of the 17th century. And that force was in the form of a new people. And it's not often that we get to talk about the idea of a new people, people that we call the Manchus. Now, prior to the late 16th century, there were no Manchus. There was no one called by that name, no one with that sort of identity. The Manchus were, in a sense, a created ethnicity, a created culture. And they were the creation of a man named Nurhaci. Now, Nurhaci was himself a Jurchen. And remember, we talked about the Jurchen as one of the non-Chinese people who had invaded the north of China, conquered it back in the early 12th century, and established the Jin dynasty, which controlled North China until the Mongol conquest early in the 13th century. Well, Nurhaci was a Jurchen. The Jurchen people, after the fall of their dynasty, had returned to their traditional life in the forests and valleys of what is now northeastern China. Nurhaci was born around 1559, and as a young man, he conceived the ambition of restoring the glory of his people, regaining the power and prestige which they had possessed when they had invaded and conquered northern China and established the Jin. But he soon began to feel that the Jurchen people by themselves would not perhaps be the best vehicle for these ambitions. And he created a sort of super ethnic group by getting other tribal groups, tribal communities in the vicinity of the Jurchen people to affiliate themselves with his movement. In some instances, he did this via conquest. In some instances, he did this via what we might think of as diplomacy, by negotiating agreements and arrangements with other peoples in the area. In the first quarter of the 17th century, this new forged group began to call itself and began to be referred to as the Manchus. We don't know exactly where the term Manchu itself comes from. It may be derived from the name of a Buddhist spiritual figure called Manjushri, who is a sort of spiritual spirit of wisdom, very popular, particularly with Mongolian Buddhists, and the Mongols and the Manchus communicated with each other a lot, shared a lot of ideas. But wherever the name came from, this is how they began to identify themselves. And the Manchus they adopted a writing system. They began to write down their own legends, their own myths. They created a history of the Manchu people with a sort of origin myth and a long account that included the history of the Jurchen, but expanded to have a more comprehensive kind of perspective. They developed their relationship with the Mongols, who lived not in the mountains and valleys of the northeast, but out on the grasslands further west, through a number of links. Some of these had to do with religion. The adoption of Buddhism by many Manchus was part of this process, and the writing system which the Manchus used as they began to record their legends and histories was based upon the writing system of the Mongols. So they made a variety of cultural connections and cultural links. Through most of this period, through the first quarter of the 17th century, the Manchus seem to have principally been concerned with developing their own sense of identity, their own internal organization, their own consolidating their position in the territories which they already occupied. But as we moved into the second quarter of the 17th century, the Manchus began to directly challenge the Chinese, the Ming Dynasty, for power, first in the northeast and then later, as we'll see, in China itself. Now, the Great Wall of China forms sort of the cultural frontier along most of its length. Inside the wall, to the south of the wall, is the area of settled agricultural society that we associate with Chinese civilization. Beyond the wall, to the north or west of the wall, are the areas of semi-nomadic peoples with civilizations, with cultures that are very different from those of China. In the Ming Dynasty, the Great Wall really was the frontier for most of its length. But at the very eastern extremity of the wall, where it comes down to the sea, Chinese settlers had moved outside the Great Wall and had settled in what is now southern Manchuria. When the Manchus began to conceive and act on the ambition of challenging the Ming Dynasty, this was the first area of activity. Now, in 1626, they signaled their ambitions by proclaiming a revived Jin dynasty, what they called the later Jin dynasty. And this was a signal that they intended to try to reclaim the heritage, reclaim some of the glory of their ancestors. They established a capital city at what is now the site of the city of Shenyang. The Manchus called it Mukden. And it was built along the same layout, with the same design as the Chinese capital at Beijing. So this, again, was a signal, a sort of representation of their imperial ambitions. Also in 1635, the Manchu language, which was largely based upon Jurchen language, was made the official language of the court. The next year, in 1636, the name of the dynasty was changed. It was changed from Jin, which means gold, which was also the surname of many of the Manchus, including the most powerful family. And the new name was adopted. The new name which was adopted was the Qing dynasty. Now, Qing is a Chinese term, and it means pure. And the symbolism here was that, on the one hand, there was an ambition to do more than simply revive the heritage of the Jin. They wanted to go beyond what the Jurchen had achieved earlier, not simply a partial conquest of China, but a complete takeover. And the other aspect of the symbolism of the title Qing was to purify China, to purge the empire of the corrupt elements which they attributed to the decadence of the Ming Dynasty. And of course, this kind of symbolism, this kind of rationale for the overthrow of a dynasty is itself embedded in Chinese political traditions. It's an echo, it's a reflection of the doctrine of the mandate of heaven, which, of course, as we discussed earlier, goes all the way back to the very origins of Chinese political history. In the 1630s, particularly towards the end of the 1630s, beginning of the 1640s, military campaigning against the Ming became more active and moved up to larger scale operations. In 1641, there was a great siege at the Ming garrison at a place called Jinzhou, outside the Great Wall, and eventually the Manchus succeeded in capturing the fortress, and this was a great victory for them. It became an even greater victory in that several of the generals of the Ming army who had been defeated then defected, went over to the Manchu side. They apparently felt that the Manchus did have the mandate of heaven, that their power was on the rise, and they chose to associate themselves with that new reality. By early 1644, the Manchus had established their control over all of the Northeast, right down to the line of the Great Wall. They had not been able to penetrate the Great Wall, but they now controlled the territory beyond the wall, all the way up into their ancestral homeland. Well, the situation in 1644 in China was pretty bleak. As we've talked about before, the crises that had been building up at the end of the 16th and beginning of the 17th century had not been addressed by the Ming state. The imperial government was ineffective. It was locked up by internal factional conflicts, by the moralization of political debate and discourse, which meant that compromise and pragmatic policy solutions were much more difficult to produce and to put into effect. The financial problems of the dynasty had begun to intensify as well. In the Northwest and the Southwest, the areas where commercialization had not advanced as far, the rationalizations, the reforms of the tax system, which had been put in place back in the 1570s, finally began to really have some very negative effects. Larger and larger numbers of farmers were not able to maintain their tax payments. The process of selling their crops, getting copper coins, converting those to silver, and then paying their taxes in silver was not a very good one for them, and it led to increasing defaults, loss of property, and a growing landless group within the peasant population. Even in the areas of the country where commercialization was well developed, problems began to occur as we moved into the 1620s or 1630s because the flow of silver into the country began to decrease. The silver coming out of Japan dried up almost completely because the Japanese had put export controls on silver. They didn't want silver leaving their economy. And silver coming into China from the New World, from the Spanish mines in Latin America, also began to decrease. It didn't stop by any means. It continued to flow in. But the rate at which new silver was coming into the Chinese economy began to fall. And that meant, along with the Japanese situation, that as the economy was growing and expanding, that money became scarcer. And this, of course, led to various kinds of problems. The factional conflicts at the court in the 1620s were very brutal and very bloody, but they are brought to an end finally in 1628 when a new emperor comes to the throne, and when the power of the last of the great evil eunuchs, as they're called, was broken. And the political infighting really comes to a close for the most part. It doesn't disappear entirely, but it ceases to be such a powerful block on the effectiveness of government action. And after 1628, the new emperor embarks on a process of reform, trying to get the dynasty back online. The problem is that it's really just too little too late. He does some good things, he makes some sincere efforts, but the problems that have begun to beset the empire are simply beyond his capacity to resolve with the kinds of resources that he has at his disposal. Through the 1630s, the situation, particularly in the northwest, in what is now Shanxi province, just gets worse and worse. Large numbers of farming families are dispossessed, are just sort of wandering on the roads. And not surprisingly, as we've seen in earlier instances, they begin to organize themselves and be organized into rebel bands. Larger and larger bodies of armed men with really no vested interest in the stability of the present order begin to raid, to attack small towns and administrative centers to try to simply seize the livelihood that they need to break into government granaries, to get food, to raid government treasuries, to get money. And this pattern of rebellion needs to be addressed by the government by, of course, deploying troops. The problem is that the lack of revenue, the decline in tax revenues means that sometimes the troops don't get paid. Unpaid troops will sometimes defect to the other side, and the situation then, of course, simply continues to deteriorate. By the end of the 1630s, and as we move into the beginning of the 1640s, one individual emerges as the main leader of these rebel movements in northwest China, and this is a man named Li Zicheng. Now, Li Zicheng didn't have any particular political program, unlike the founding of the Ming Dynasty, when Zhu Yuanzhang positions himself at the head of a great mystical peasant movement. It doesn't appear that there was a particularly well-developed spiritual or religious program in the 1630s. It was more simply a struggle for survival, a struggle by these groups to overthrow the existing authority and perhaps establish conditions or circumstances in which their particular livelihood would be better guaranteed. Li Zicheng leads a large peasant army to the north in the course of the early 1640s. There's a lot of fighting in northern Shanxi, and this is not far from the imperial capital at Beijing. Finally, in the spring of 1644, Li Zicheng is positioned to make an attack on the capital itself. He leads his forces towards the capital from the northwest, and finally, in April of 1644, is able to enter the capital and seize it and occupy it for himself. At this time, this is sort of the final tragic moment for the imperial court. The story is that on the morning when the rebels had seized the city, the last of the Ming emperors gets up in the palace and goes into his audience hall, only to find that all of his officials have fled. The court had departed overnight, but somehow no one had felt quite ready to tell the emperor this. So the emperor realizes that the situation is hopeless. He walks, which was unusual for emperors, out of the palace to the north and goes up a hill, what's called Coal Hill, which is an artificial hill built up out of the dirt that had been dredged from the moat surrounding the palace. He took with him a bit of silk And when he reached near the top of the hill, he cut his finger, and wrote on this piece of silk the two characters which mean the Son of Heaven, the official sort of title or name for the emperor, the most convenient way to refer to the emperor. He then tied a sash around his neck and hanged himself from a tree on this hillside. And that brought the rule of the Ming Dynasty effectively to an end. Li Zicheng was in control of the city. The officials of the court and some princes of the imperial family were fleeing to the south. They made their way to Nanjing, which of course was the secondary capital of the dynasty. And they did hold out there for a while. There's efforts to proclaim a successor, but as we'll see, none of those will really work out. In Beijing, Li Zicheng proclaims a new dynasty of his own, with himself as the new emperor. And he begins to undertake the process of trying to establish himself in the palace. He puts up notices calling on officials of the former dynasty who are still in the capital to present themselves at his court, promises that they'll be pardoned, they won't be punished if they show up. And a few actually do, and he begins the process of trying to put a new governmental regime together. But this doesn't last long because the Manchus have not gone away, and nor have all the loyalists of the Ming Dynasty itself. Over at the eastern end of the Great Wall, at a place called Shanhaiguan, which means the pass between the mountains and the sea, the place where the wall comes down out of the mountains and runs right down to the coast, there's a great fortress. And it is at that fortress that the Manchus had been stopped in their efforts to come into China previously. Well, the commander of that fortress is a man named Wu Sangui. And Wu Sangui was a general in the Ming army and was a very good general. That's why he had been given responsibility for such an important position. And he had exercised that command quite effectively, keeping the Manchus on the outside of the wall and his Chinese forces on the inside. However, when Li Zicheng captures Beijing, Wu Sangui finds himself in a difficult situation. He, of course, is still a Chinese general and is charged with protecting the empire from the barbarians, the Manchus, the outsiders. But now his dynasty is in trouble.